$25,000 a year, and with
Easy.
all the other expenses.
I'll go to this one. Sweet.
And then I promoted.
Damn, dude, I knew they were gonna fucking get me for Coachella. That sucks. I thought they might be cool with that if I transformed the size of it and shit like that. I thought you were allowed to do that. I don't know why they always fucking strike me with that shit. You're allowed to do that. I don't know. They always love to hit me with copyright strikes. So stupid. Such assholes. Fuck YouTube, man. That's why I'm glad I have Twitch. Thank God for Twitch. And fucking Rumble and shit. They're not such party poopers. These people are party poopers and are assholes. They'll fucking delete your whole channel of fucking asshole fucking YouTube. Fuck this shit, bro. Oh yeah, how do I switch to go to Rumble, man? They need to put Restream on Rumble, bro. I wouldn't even use YouTube again. motherfucking audio.
Entre Géminis, Castor y Pollux y Marte debería empezar a ascender la Estación Espacial Internacional. Ese es mi cálculo. ¿Ya? Entre Marte y Castor y Pollux, los Géminis, debería ascender o empezar el tránsito en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Si no me equivoco. También es visible desde Perú y Argentina. De Bolivia también, pero tendría que mirar muy a la costa, al oeste. 1929 debería ya empezar a verse por ahí. ¿Dónde estáis? Ahí viene. Ahí viene. Estación Espacial Internacional por los cielos de La Serena. Recuerden mirar al cielo, chicos, hacia el noroeste. Es visible a simple vista. La Estación Espacial Internacional. Miren qué inmensa.
Well, guess what? It's gonna be fucking available on Twitch, motherfucker. Fuck YouTube. Suck my dick, YouTube. Bitch ass YouTube. YouTube wars. It's the YouTube wars. here. Videos. Motherfucking videos.
Back in, yes. Godfather.
That's right. About the genesis of your career there, how did that all start? What got you into getting into that field, and then
Or No Man's Sky
amazing.
VR with
I've
the
been
controllers.
hearing a whole lot more experience. Yeah.
So yeah, I should put Elite Dangerous. Let's see, put Elite Dangerous back over here.
SpaceX and the
was
team have
it was
pulled
one of those
before Starship's
extremely
design.
far left.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not too up to date on all
I,
my
I will
Von
kick
Braun
myself as soon as I
trivia.
think of the name of the university.
I would
Anyway,
not be surprised if maybe they
but
took
his
a
job
little
is being Eric
inspiration from
Weinstein
it, but I
now.
think
You know, his job
Starship
is
is
the
really more
pug-
inspired from Falcon 9, from the Space Shuttle, maybe a bit of Saturn Shuttle in with as much of the latest information as possible. So it's glad to see that you Mars, just like on the patch.
Discuss the spring-heeled jack that is out of England, actually, and
So that is like almost what I was saying.
erupted, and even for
Like twice the product, twice the biofuel, I think they were saying, things like that. So I mean, that's, and we're looking at some of the shapes that they're showing us. Some of those are free energy.
Wow.
Be nice to have a nice drone in your.
Or No Man's Sky VR.
Like that. I'm going.
Fuck YouTube. Quit fucking with me, YouTube. Come on, man. You don't want me to watch fucking Coachella? You don't want us to watch fucking Coachella? It's not like I'm fucking monetized or anything. What the hell? It's not like I'm monetizing. Even if I was monetizing, you just split the fucking revenue or some shit. I'm not doing any fucking absurd shit over here. You can monetize this fucking videos. Just smoking weed like everyone else at Coachella.
The more it seemed like that was a really abstract and just obscure part of his career. And I was discovering, like, there's a researcher named Bacharach that in the 1970s filed lawsuits against the CIA and tried to obtain records on one of the NICAP founders. But NICAP was never mentioned. Bacharach didn't have the least bit of interest in that. He was interested in the man, Nicholas de Roquefort, for a number of other reasons, and his lobbying in Washington and his suspected being an asset to the CIA. And so it's been difficult for me to express to people that I began to suspect that oftentimes UFOs and narratives surrounding them for these intelligence officers were psyops or distractions or any number of useful purposes, because they were so deeply involved in things that made it seem to me just ridiculous that they would just recreationally want to work with the UFO organization. It just seemed absurd. And so Dr. K was generous enough to share notes with me, and we would exchange what we were learning about these individuals. And one of the documents in particular that I got from the FBI documented a meeting between Hoover and the FBI director and CIA director Dulles and other VIPs in Washington about the ongoing story of the flyers that were giving depositions on bioweapons in Korea. And in this meeting, they mentioned Colonel Bryan by name and just kind of casually, he's in the documentation. And I was saying to Erica earlier this week, I was explaining that story to her and saying, like, that indicates to me that he was even a common name. Like, they didn't even need to explain who this Colonel Bryan guy is. And so part of a larger point here too, and as you were getting at, Dr. K, sometimes it's almost an art to read these FOIA documents because they'll be dense. There will just be a whole page of text in black and white. And it's not written like a magazine article that has a heading that tells you here's the important part. And yeah, I've had things months or years later that it'll click and I'll go, oh, that's what they were talking about here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Bryan thing comes up. I remember that meeting we were talking about. And actually, Bryan is mentioned not. What's mentioned is a guy. They would show a video to the FBI. Here's a video of one of the flyers, because there were videos that were released by China of the flyers saying what happened. Not a lot of them, but there were 4 or 5 of them. And they'd show one, they turn it off, and then an associate of Colonel Bryan would make some comments. Now, why bother to say he's an associate of Colonel Bryan? That was the thing. Why say an associate? Unless Colonel Bryan himself is somehow a bigwig in this whole issue, right? And of course Bryan, who had put together for the OPC and helped establish its psychological operations division, and it was psychological psychological operations divisions at the Air Force who was involved heavily in the operations of the biological warfare campaign itself, and then later in debriefing, supposedly, and examining and studying the flyers who confessed. So one of those flyers where it came up, and I think where I first heard of Colonel Bryan, there was the autobiography of one of the top-ranking flyers, a guy by the name of Walker Mahurin, or Bud Mahurin, who was famous in his day because he was a World War II flying ace, one of the great World War II flying aces that there were. He shot down more, Nazi airplanes than he was in the top 3 or something like that. He was a famous guy, and he was working for the Air Force under Vandenberg around the time of the Korean War, and now he's out in Korea and he gets shot down. Anyway, he confesses, and his confession is quite detailed as well. And he was, in his autobiography about his experiences, he, at the very beginning of the book, in the first, 10 pages or so, happens to mention that his good friend, before being sent to Korea, he had gone on and had been invited to a group of military intelligence professionals by his good friend, Colonel Joseph Bryan, his best friend, or whatever. And what? This is his best friend? This guy, Colonel Mahurin, later became the so-called spokesman for all the flyers who had confessed after they had returned to the United States. So what do you think the coincidence is, or what are the chances that the guy who the flyers made, or supposedly became their spokesman to the public, was the guy whose best friend was the head of psychological operations for the CIA's OPC division? OPC being really dirty tricks, covert ops, and all of this later was folded into the director of plans and merged with another organization.
If I may, please, Dr. K is referring there to the Office of Policy Coordination, which figured heavily in my book, Wayward Sons, that, it's an entire crew of extremely talented writers, filmmakers. They had assets in Hollywood. That it just takes an incredible amount of credulousness, gullibility to think that these men would have been involved in some topic recreationally that they were just moved to work on, in my opinion.
Right. So another OPC guy by the name of Philip Corso, another, military intelligence.
We've
CIA.
heard the name. Yes, sir. Yes.
Philip Corso, who of course everyone knows because he supposedly, was unwittingly at first, but saw the evidence of the Roswell crash, and he saw an alien supposedly, and then years later, a guy by the name of was it Trudeau, Arthur Trudeau? Yeah, in his book. I've never actually read his book, only this account of it. But that's another rabbit hole I suppose I need to go down to finish because Corso is an interesting fellow. He's not just, somebody who was in OPC, but he, in terms of my standpoint with the biological warfare, he shepherded the retractions, which were coerced by threats of prosecution and court-martial of those who confessed to the use of biological weapons during the Korean War. He was especially thanked for it by Ambassador Lodge, who had made a presentation at the UN when the United States ambassador, he went to the UN. This is after the end of the Korean War and after all these confessions were released by the Chinese. And then Lodge, the CIA got together. We got to do something about this. My very last article, I believe, was specifically about the plan that the Eisenhower administration put together covertly to challenge these releases of confessions and to try and destroy, and that's not my term, that's their term, to destroy those instrumentalities, they called it, that were still pushing the biological warfare program by coercion or seduction. And the CIA was tasked with the covert aspect of it. And it's all in the document. The document is there. Anyone who reads my story can download the document, read it for themselves. So anyway, they were going to do this. And Corso was involved in getting the retraction. So he was involved in the whole cover-up of the biological warfare. So years later, so anyway, and so who was this guy? When he said, back to Corso again. So years later, when he writes his book, I don't even know the name of it, but where he claims that he gave alien technology and fed it to U.S. corporations, you know, and he was the conduit for that. He was fed that himself by somebody else in the military, and I believe that guy's name was Arthur Trudeau.
Oh man!
And Trudeau. So I started to look up, well, who's Arthur Trudeau? Interesting. I always try and say, who is somebody? You never know what connections there are. This was a pretty big connection. He was the head of Army psychological warfare beginning in 1953 to 1955. He was involved also. And why is the Army important? The Army is the executive agency, if you will, for the Chemical Corps. And it's the Army Chemical Corps that was in charge of Fort Detrick, and it was in charge of the biological weapons program development, along with, you know, other agencies, including the Air Force's Air Material Command and the CIA. So not in so yeah. To use, Jack, what you were saying, I mean, how possible is it after we just talked about Joe Bryan and NICAP and all this, that now here we are, when was Corso's book, in the 90s, I think? Anyway, that now suddenly this other intelligence figure comes forward, linked to another intelligence figure, to tell this wild story about Roswell. Maybe some of your listeners don't think it's so wild, but to me, the technology part anyway seems pretty unlikely.
I think it depends on how indoctrinated people get in the narrative, and that's the thing that makes it harder to turn around and reevaluate it. I can't think of his name; it escapes me right now. You'll know it. The man you wrote an article with, at least one once, that wrote a terrible mistake about Frank Olson.
Oh, Hank Albarelli.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Albarelli explained how the closer he felt he was getting to abuses and corruption at Fort Detrick, the more people were coming out of the woodwork trying to put him on the UFO path. And yeah, and my understanding was that he felt like that would devalue his research and make people pay less attention and take him away from what, you know, was going on with Frank Olson and Fort Detrick and the chemical research and development.
Right.
And yeah, and you know, a little disclaimer here, this is not to say that no one that's ever seen anything peculiar or experienced anything strange, that there's no credibility to any of it.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, but we would be remiss if we just ignored the aspect of this that there is in the intelligence community. And I've said before that when I first started with UFOs, I thought an aspect of it was the intelligence community, and then I came to think it's more the other way around, that an aspect of the intelligence community is UFOs. But Erica, I don't want to monopolize the questions here because I could keep firing them.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. No, and I just want to thank Joseph for mentioning Philip Corso's book, The Day After Roswell, just so we, and of course, I've got that on my shelf back here, but that he was a very interesting person, and some of the cast of characters that we've seen specifically with NICAP, Jack, as you mentioned. I mean, that was a group of heavy hitters, and You look at Kehoe and his friendship with Charles Lindbergh, and you look at some of these, there's some very peculiar connections here, and we are remiss, Jack, as you mentioned, if we aren't looking at the bigger picture here and understanding that UFOs and that whole narrative is simply, in my opinion, just used as a distraction for other things that are going on. And I want to go back a little bit because I am a Utah woman, and 80 miles away from me, I have Dugway Proving Ground. And I want to ask you, Jeffrey, like what, obviously that comes into play a lot with the biological and chemical weapons.
Yeah.
And so what can you tell us about Dugway Proving Ground?
Well, of course, Dugway was a, the proving, by proving grounds, think of your listeners, it's like a testing ground. It's a large area out in the middle of nowhere where you can release weapons and test weaponry, or agents, in this case, agents in the sense of biological agents, without necessarily threatening populated areas or areas of known agriculture for farmers. And I don't know a lot of what happened at Dugway. I know that Dugway was an integral place where things were tested, including biological weapons and biological weaponry for use against plants. And I also know and remember that the historian, I always blank on his name. He's the one who kind of today is the primary historian of the United States about the U.S. cover-up of Unit 731. Jack, maybe it comes to mind for you. It'll come to me. Anyway, testified in front of Congress that he had gone to Dugway and they were destroying documentation about their cooperation with the Japanese and other documents related to biological warfare were being, which had been held at Dugway and were being destroyed there. I remember that came up, and so that led to the adding the Japanese war crimes onto the Nazi documents, legislation that was put forth in the 1990s to declassify a lot of that stuff. Sorry. I can't believe it. This is what happens when you get older. The names. It'll come back to me. And I really apologize. There's a historian from the University of California, Northridge, not California State University, Northridge. Rings the bell for anyone. Anyway, so I don't know. One thing of interest though that I did find, the Dugway, as it turned out, was insufficient for a lot of the tests that they wanted to do. Even Dugway, with its extensive. And I know it was famous with the dead sheep controversy. Anthrax had been tested there, and but even a larger proving ground was up in Canada, in Alberta, Suffield. They had a proving ground up there, and that's what they ended up using a lot. Only recently, and this was published at a site called the Canada Files.
I guess we could
go see probably my most recent publication was about the tripartite agreement between the United States, Canada, and the UK to develop the biological warfare program. And so the Canadians didn't have too much to offer, except, interestingly enough, their own expertise on the use of insect vectors for biological weapons, something that the Japanese independently had also been engaged in. And of course, the biological weapons attacks in Korea largely, according by report, involved the use of insect vectors. By insect vectors, I mean that if you have a biological agent that's going to infect someone, you still have to get it into a human or an animal body or a plant organism. And how do you disseminate that? How do you get the organism infected? You can just drop germs from the air. Doesn't work too well, as it turns out. Or you can, there are other ways of doing it. You create aerosols and people breathe it in. That works much better, but it's kind of limited. And I think that kind of stuff was tested at Dugway, by the way, the aerosols. Another, though, is to use insects. This is why I think this happened more up in Suffield, because insects travel. And it's not so easy. They did insect experiments using simulants, supposedly, in the Caribbean. There were tests done in Panama. they were trying.
Shall we go?
And of course, there's a whole controversy about whether or not
because I remember
from
seeing
Plum
it,
Island, et cetera, that there was.
No, I think we were right by one.
Oh, the tick-related illness.
So
Lyme disease.
Go.
Yes, Lyme disease. Thank you. That Lyme disease was part of a leak from these kind of biological warfare experiments using ticks to disseminate, manufactured organisms or organisms found in the wild made more virulent in the lab, which they were doing way before gain of function. You don't need fancy. What people don't understand is you don't need fancy genetic techniques that have only been developed using DNA in the past 10, 20 years, that they were using what's called serial passage, or just basic breeding techniques to the same way that a person gets a toy poodle by taking the smallest poodles from a previous litter and just keep generation after generation, keep taking the smaller ones until you develop a really tiny little poodle from a big poodle. You can choose, or you can select, to use the Darwinian term, you can select characteristics that you want, such as cold resistance or resistance against a particular poison or vaccine, and and inculcate that in generations, and so serially, one after another, for generation after generation. Insect generations, of course, are much shorter than animal generations, and so it doesn't take too long before you've developed insects that can live at freezing levels that before would have been sent into what's called insect coma, or in fact have even died. So I say this in part because North Korea is a cold place in the winter, and the biological warfare campaign in 1952 began in the depths of winter in late December or early January 1952, and one of at the time, they said, well, how could this be? Insects don't live in the cold.
Correct.
Because no one discussed that these kind of things were already being researched, developed. So I'm sorry I don't know more about Dugway, Erica,
No, I think
than
that
that, except that they were part, of course, of the whole complex Fort Detrick, Edgewood Arsenal, Dugway Proving Ground, some other places that they were using, Horn Island, etc., where they experimented and went for the experiment. But I can't link it to any very specific instance or crime.
Well, thank you.
They were
I mean,
part of that.
it's interesting. I actually lived there. I had the privilege of living there a year after the Dugway sheep incident, and because my father was in the military, and so whatever that means could explain a lot about my personality, I'm sure. But
What did they tell people about that at the time?
You know what? I mean, they didn't tell anything. I mean, they were trying to pretend like it didn't happen, and I think it took the government decades to actually finally admit that there was a problem and that they were the root cause of that problem. So that was a very interesting thing. And here in Utah, we're very good about, if we pretend like things aren't happening, they're going to go away. We have a very, we don't ask a lot of questions, and we have a lot of, a lot of people at the top that can help, run defense and hide specific things, as you've noticed with your own work. So Utah's a great place to get away with things, in my opinion. But yeah, so Dugway is very near and dear to my heart, and from my understanding, we're still doing open air testing out there. So,
well, one thing about Dugway I can tell you that I do know is that when the Japanese Imperial Army's biological warfare unit,
Mic check 1 2,
collectively we call them Unit 731, but there were actually a number of them. After the war, made a deal with the United States government, because they would have been, they would have and should have been, as some of the Nazi people were, put on trial for illegal, human experiments, lethal experiments, and for the development of biological weaponry. In fact, the Japanese used biological weapons during its war with China, and by many accounts now, it's believed, killed somewhere of around 100,000, 200,000 people or so. Now, in China during World War II, or actually the Pacific War, it's called, because it began before what we think of as World War II. It began like 37 to 45. That you know, 25 million people or so were killed. So what's 200,000 people in the algebra of atrocities? But it's still, in its day, was by far the largest germ warfare campaign ever, and maybe still is, until we get the full parameters of what the U.S. did in Korea. Maybe the U.S. surpassed that. It's hard to say. But, so after the war, the U.S. made an agreement with Unit 731 people, led by General Shiro Ishii, who was the brainchild of their whole program. And reports were made. The U.S. wanted the data, which they understood was they could not get. They even would say it to each other in what now are declassified records, saying, you know, this material is really good because we could never do it. We could never kill thousands of people with anthrax and then watch minutely how it developed in them and dissect them at various states. You know, if you have an illness, and even a fatal illness, and you haven't died from it yet, imagine if they came to you before you died and said, okay, we're going to dissect you now. And we don't want to give you any drugs because that might be a confound, the scientists call it. It might confound our results. So we're just going to have to dissect you alive on the table and hold you down and cut you open. We want to see, you know, what this organism has done to your liver. Anyway, that's the kind of atrocities that were done, and that's the kind of people the U.S. made a deal with. And after the war, they wrote up 3 reports that were then filed at Dugway. The reason I know is because the reports today still say Dugway, Proving Ground. This is the library internally. The report of A, anthrax. The report of X, whatever, you know, there was one on glanders, one on anthrax. These were detailed reports discussing the deaths of various people, and the biological correlates and findings of the dissection, of which many were children, by the way. Pretty dark stuff. I have some links in my articles. But anyway, those things were on the library shelves at Dugway, and if you ever want to go to Dugway, there are still records there, I believe. You know, even though records were destroyed, if I could go to Dugway, I'd go there and see, because there's probably still stuff there. As John Marks, who did the search for the Manchurian Candidate, you pointed out, Jack, but these records destructions are never totally complete, it seems. It's very hard, because you know, when you have an entity that's as bureaucratic as the U.S. government and the U.S. military, you know, these people keep records, and they file records, and they have carbon copies in the old days of records, and you just never know what's there. So there may still be some very valuable material over there in Dugway.
Wow, and so I could just go show up?
Well, you'd have to call them up and say you're a researcher and tell them what you're researching. Maybe they'd even help you. Some of the people were helped by that.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know what I will be doing in the next month.
Oh, okay.
How much would you say on Unit 731, MK Ultra, and related projects is taught in American institutions accurately and as part of the psychology curriculum to become a degreed psychologist?
Almost none. Almost none. I would say it's almost people don't know. When I would query my peers about it, or I talk to, I over the years, I've gotten to know some people who were well-known reporters. Of course, I know people who were psychologists, historians, and very few of them, almost none of them, knew about Unit 731. Just ask your friends. Those who are listening, who are hearing about this, maybe you're hearing about it for the first time, but if you're not, ask some of the people you know, you'll be who you think are well-informed people, and you'll discover that almost these things aren't taught. It would be as if the history of the Nazi doctors and experiments and Mengele and others had been erased from U.S. history, and only a few people on you know, shows like this are talking about it. And then you go and look it up and go, oh yeah, it's true. But
that's been my experience as well. And in fact, I have had a psychologist who studied under Dr. Jolyon West at UCLA want to largely dismiss some of it as, you know, mind rot and stuff.
Yeah,
and
right.
and it's like then like that's not to say some of it doesn't go overboard, but it's also like it's not my story. The CIA acknowledges it itself, you know.
Yeah, right.
But this is kind of bringing us to and Cover Up at Guantanamo, your book. You described how you were working in San Francisco, I believe it was, as a psychologist and working with survivors of torture and assessing the circumstances. And that ultimately led, that was kind of the thread that started it, I think. And
Right.
then ultimately even led to you resigning from the APA, if I recall
Right.
correctly.
Yeah, I made a pretty public
Describe that
resignation.
chain of events, please.
Right. Well, I had been recruited by a graduate student friend of mine who was working as the clinical director of Survivors International. I was just, you know, struggling to make a private practice. I had been working for Kaiser Permanente, people might know that, HMO in the Bay Area, and chafing under the restrictions of what a managed care would operate. And I began, under some encouragement by friends, to try and do a private practice. And early on, I was seeking any patients I could find. And my good friend asked me if I wanted to volunteer. It didn't pay very much, in fact, hardly paid anything at all, to do evaluations or psychotherapy with some of their clients. The evaluations, by the way, were for the sake of people documenting their torture as part of their claims of political persecution or fear of return to a country as they were applying for asylum and the asylum courts. In the process of this, I became an expert. You know, I became accepted as an expert witness in the immigration courts of this country, first by Immigration Service, later Department of Homeland Security. And anyway, when you work with people who were torture victims, it affects you. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, most psychologists have worked with trauma victims. I mean, so people who are victims of horrible abuse or rape victims or victims of violent crimes. So a lot of that is kind of similar. You know, the difference, of course, of torture.
And of course, we're having the situation tonight, and I can't wait to get him back on because, and I thank you, Jack, for bringing up his book and Guantanamo Bay, and I definitely, and here he is again. So we'll add you back to the stream. So
Who knows? Anyway, as I was saying, you become identified with the torture victims. I mean, these were victims of state violence. And often it was repetitive and lasted for years. There's a kind of, you know, whereas there are communities of people, at least these days, for rape victims or violent crimes victims, et cetera. There's very few communities of people who've been tortured. And you need that sense of acceptance of what your experience was to help heal, if you're ever going to heal at all, even to what degree you can after such an experience. So in my book, I described how one day I was, you know, assigned to go do an evaluation for someone who was held in a jail, an immigration jail in downtown San Francisco that I had no idea ever existed. It was in a skyscraper, but they had set aside a floor as an immigration holding prison for people coming to hearings where they were held in other jails around the state, in California, Northern California. And, you know, it was profoundly, I don't know why that particular case affected me that much. I think because the person involved asked me when he had me a moment alone if I could just kill him, if I would just murder him, help put him out of his misery, which of course I could not do. And later that he actually won his freedom and wrote me a very nice letter. That was everything very happy though. I mean, by freedom, what I mean is he was accepted for asylum and he was able to start a life of some sort, where I won't say, and I won't say where he was from either. But anyway, all of this I'm doing, and at the same time in the newspapers, I'm reading how the United States is being accused of involvement in torture in Iraq and at this place called Guantanamo. And then later at these secret CIA black sites that no one knew very much about, or maybe on ghost ships flying in the Indian Ocean. It's pretty startling. I mean, I already had a very view of the U.S. government. Growing up during the Vietnam War era, I did not trust the government. And there certainly were stories of torture, et cetera, but perhaps my own mechanisms of denial, I just thought those were things from the past. Of course, the famous American novelist William Faulkner once said, "The past is not past. The past is not dead, it's not even past." And that's really true when it comes to torture. Another story like MK Ultra, or some of these other things we've been talking about that people turn away from and that the press today hardly covers at all. But it was around this time in 2006, there had been 3 detainees at Guantanamo who all were found dead on the same night and supposedly were accused by the U.S. government of committing suicide in an act of asymmetrical terrorism, as the guy at Guantanamo called it, is an act to inflame people against the United States. But then an article came out in Harper's Magazine by Scott Horton, saying, who is the academic Scott Horton, not the podcaster, antiwar.com Scott Horton, and who had found a guard at Guantanamo who was there that night, Joe Hickman, who I got to know later, who said he had seen what was going on, and he had seen prisoners removed and then taken away, and they had been secretly taken to a black site at Guantanamo, and then returned. Seemingly, he couldn't see it all, but could see the comings and goings on from where he was in his tower, and came forward. And there were apparently some other guards who confirmed what he said to Mr. Horton. And Harper's won a journalism award, for this, and it was big news at the time. Of course, vigorously denied by the U.S. government. And I became interested myself and that's when I first began doing my own investigations by seeking documents or reading the documents that come out of that case. And then a year later, another detainee was killed, as it turns out, in a very similar fashion by the name of Al-Amri, Abdul Rahman Al-Amri. And then 2 years after that, another detainee, now we're in the Obama administration period, by the name of Hanashi, Al-Hanashi, had also died, and there were to be others. All told, there were at least 6 or 7 who died supposedly from suicide. And I said, well, let me do what the other investigators did on the 2006 cases. Let me do a FOIA of in this case, of the NCIS, the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, and into the deaths of these 2 detainees, Al-Amri and Al-Hanashi, and see what's in there. And I didn't know. I had no preformed thoughts. And in fact, I when I got the information later, I could see that their fates were at least somewhat different, although the culpability of the U.S. government in both was quite clear, not just in their torture, but in their death. And I was, but one of the frustrations when you put out a book or you get articles, and I had some articles published at the time that had a wide audience, but never could break through the mainstream media on this. Even though I was the first person to see that, in this case in 2007, the Saudi detainee Abdul Rahman Al-Amri, had been implausibly hanged from his ventilation grate that was 9 feet off the ground that he couldn't even reach, and had his hands tied behind his back. And that the materials, some of the evidence from surrounding his death had been destroyed and or tampered with, both actually. And but none of that meant anything. And I sent a letter to the UN special rapporteur on extrajudicial, deaths, etc. Oh, I'm very interested. I'm going to look into this. And then never got back to me. And when I went back to him again, never returned my emails. It's just not even courtesy. It's just I've come to see that when you don't get a certain, you just get kind of shunted off, and there are ideas that will ignore you, and that's their way of dealing with stuff. If they really, they don't say, "Oh no, you were wrong about this." No, nobody says that. They just try to ignore you. And if you what happened, of course, Scott Horton and the Harper's people, is that they were attacked. I think this was a key moment. I'm the only person who's written about it. It's my hypothesis. Maybe I'm wrong. But after Harper's won a major journalism award for its coverage of the 2006 deaths at Guantanamo, the media journal ADVI, which is a major journal that covers for the advertising industry,
Only 5,000 credits.
In the media, and published a really angry and hostile attack on Scott Horton's investigation and on Joe Hickman's evidence, right? And what I could see from that was that, maybe it helped a little bit that I used to work on the fringes of the ad industry way back in the 1970s. And it struck me because, Adweek is a major industry journal. I mean, if you're in the advertising industry, Adweek is one of your Bibles. You read that the way that someone in show business reads Variety. And it meant that if you're an advertiser, such an article is telling the advertising industry or clients who advertise, telling people who advertise that Guantanamo is off limits. These kind of exposés are not wanted. And if you're a magazine and this is a pre-Google, everything that happened in the advertising world and newspapers and magazines prior to the introduction mainstream in a big way of as it's continued under Google ads, etc. That anyway, even although still magazines need advertisers, online sites need advertisers. If you push this kind of material, you're going to be attacked. And advertisers, scoot away from that kind of thing. We don't want to be associated. And as a result, coverage of Guantanamo sank like a stone. That was the high watermark, 2000. I think the Harper's article must have come out around 2009 or so. I think I have to look back. And certainly, it didn't help that both at that time and also President Obama.
Oh, what happened to the other stream?
A good reporter. And she's done exemplary work, for instance, I think, covering the military commissions. But she's also a gatekeeper, as I suppose any of these people are in the mainstream media, particularly at the New York Times, et cetera. It was the New York Times who had been pushing for decades the Chinese torture, not for decades, through the whole U.S. torture crisis, had been pushing that, Chinese brainwashing techniques were what the U.S. military had used to develop its own torture techniques, and the CIA. That was a lie. Carol Rosenberg doesn't lie, to my knowledge. As I said, she does good work, but she's a gatekeeper, and so certain things don't get through the gate. One of them is the thing about the suicide, right? So that stuff, the kinds of further investigations that could happen just weren't happening. And but she was doing, even then, she'd been at the Miami Herald, and she moved to the New York Times. She at least was somebody doing something. And I know that the attorneys who worked with people in Guantanamo have been very grateful to her for keeping the coverage onward. And I know she may have even suffered some for taking on that role. But in my mind, she still has been an imperfect gatekeeper because the kinds of materials I'm interested in, and maybe it's selfish of me, just can't get through to her or the other press. Of course, the other press just keeps total silence. Very difficult to see anything about Guantanamo or even torture anymore. You think, well, it's all over, but it's not all over by any means. It still goes on at Guantanamo.
A couple of points here, please. I have often identified, or to me, I feel like one of the milestones in the decline of American integrity and abroad was during the Obama administration. He is the one that green-lighted the indefinite detention without charges of the detainees at Guantanamo Bay. And I should mention that the painting over my left shoulder of the sun on the horizon, I got that from Abdul Malik, one of the first detainees at Guantanamo who spent 14 years imprisoned and tortured without ever being charged with a crime. And Joseph, that you mentioned, Joseph Hickman, he did some good work. I have quoted his work on a number of occasions. He contributed to a paper published at Seton Hall called Guantanamo Bay, America's Battle Lab. And it bears a lot of stuff. Anyone that might be on the fence, that might question Dr. K's work, and that paper from Seton Hall, and Jason Leopold, who worked with Dr. K, they just bear it through CIA documents, FOIA requests, and statements from the perpetrators themselves of torture programs that monitored even the responses and the detainees. That this was clearly a matter of experimentation and laboratory type abuse. That Mr. Hickman on a number of occasions questioned what intelligence could there even be 10 years after a guy's been detained that the people that work with him know he's been detained. What could he even still be telling you? And so it's my understanding that in opposition and you were protesting is the word I'm looking for here, the APA involvement with psychologists at Guantanamo Bay is part of why.
Well, APA figures. I mean, figures in the administration. Some of them in the administration. I discovered. Again, I can't say that I'm the one who first discovered it. I don't think. Maybe I was. That its head of ethics department was in fact teaching. Was giving talks to people who were on these special psych teams that have gone to Guantanamo to help out the interrogators, right? What APA did and solidified in 2005 with a special panel staffed, stocked with stuffed, but stacked with intelligence and military personnel, was that to allow psychologists to go into Guantanamo or any military situation, or the CIA, and act as advisors on the interrogations, which were, of course, understood now to have been torture interrogations of various sorts, was an ethical, was okay thing to do if you're a psychologist. They were rubber stamping that. That was their crime, if you will. It's not that the APA is an organization themselves were torturing anybody. But the APA had a long-time association with the military and the CIA. One of the MK Ultra programs, by the way, involved the APA, who had been sent at the behest, behest of the CIA to conferences behind the Iron Curtain, they're called psychology conferences, and we don't know exactly what they did there, but at the very least to talk to people in East Europe or Soviet Union and report back to the CIA about whatever they talked about. Anyway, that was an MK Ultra sub-project. That makes me think there was something more to that, but I don't really know what that was. But what I found I certainly began looking into this more beyond the question of the suicides. And what I came up with, I published an article a few years back that there were two torture programs. There was the experimental program that was run, was originated out of the CIA's Office of Technical Services. There were two, which you should remember, of course, was Sid Gottlieb's department at the CIA, and they were the ones who were most associated with MK Ultra, and earlier Project Artichoke, Bluebird, etc. There were other divisions of the CIA, by the way, involved at various times. Department of Security, Office of Security, etc. But the Office of Technical Services was the main branch. Later, once called the TSS. Before that, the Technical Services, whatever TSS. I can't remember what the last S stands for. This was the department that hired the two guys. Hired what's his name? This is the name thing again. I apologize to your listeners.
It's okay. It's okay.
Justin and the other guy was even bigger.
Oh yeah, the Guantanamo Bay architects. Yeah, Jessen and the other. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, come to me. It hardly hurt his ego that I forgot his name. His code name was Swigert that they gave him in the Senate Armed Services Committee. So the other brain work. Anyway, the OTS are the people who contrived this experiment. And as it turned out, I discovered what happened was the ACL recall about what went down at the beginnings of during the early years of the CIA torture program. And one of the things he said was something I and a few other people had certainly picked up on, which was that the people involved in this program were very hep to and interested in the previous research of MK Ultra, and that they were particularly interested in the idea of creating amnesias in people. Now, this takes us back to Project Artichoke, Bluebird, MK Ultra. The idea being, if you're going to control, this is all about wanting to control human behavior. If you can control human behavior in an intelligence setting or military intelligence setting, then you can keep secrets better. You might be able to ferret out secrets better. If you have an agent who's carrying secrets and you can create an amnesia in them so that they don't know what those secrets are anymore, either by hypnosis or whatever, then by combination of factors, you could, be more secure. And then, of course, the Manchurian candidate ideas, you could also create people who you could, like perhaps Sirhan, who you could trigger for an assassination, and then have amnesia for the event, which in fact Sirhan had, and then so they couldn't trace it back to the agency that was doing the assassination. All very dark stuff, but that's what they were interested in. And what I saw, number one, was that in the black sites, such as where Abu Zubaydah was, where they kept a video camera. You were talking about, I think, Erica, you might have been talking about the surveillance, or just a minute ago, the two of you, how they were studying these people. That when they locked up, Abu Zubaydah in a essentially what was a small box or a coffin-shaped box, they had a video camera in the box to see how he was reacting while he was trapped in this box for hours on end. Why were they had doctors there, they were studying, they did tests, they drew blood. These people were guinea pigs. as Zubaydah later told the International Committee on the Red Cross he felt he was, they were being scientifically studied, as I, by the way, believe they still are today at Guantanamo, in what is a longitudinal study on the effects of incarceration and torture over the life course. Right?
That was Bruce Jetson and Mitchell, by the way.
Mitchell. James Mitchell, who was hired and was working on contract, supposedly, for the Office of Technical Services in the CIA before 9/11. Before any of this happened, before supposedly a torture program was ever vetted and discussed, or at least implemented at the CIA, James Mitchell was working for the CIA, a fact that is almost universally never mentioned. And the fact that he was working for the same division of the CIA that later, we know from records now, created, if you read the stories in the New York Times occasionally, or some of the stories that are better documented, you will note that they say James Mitchell and Bruce Jetson, these are the guys now, thank you for memory, these are the guys who created the CIA torture program. They weren't even regular CIA agents, they were contractors. How could they have done this? Well, of course, contractors didn't come in and take over the CIA and create their own torture program. No, these were the tools, as they themselves even use in their own defense today. We were doing what we were hired to do. We were researchers, and they had created a research program on torture based on their experiences in the SEER, survival, escape, evasion, escape program of the military to teach people how to survive captivity if they were captured by the enemy. This is coming out of the experience in Korea, where so many people did collaborate, and where the military got paranoid about it all, and they thought, well, if we can just, but really they were studying torture all along. So at these survival schools that they had, where they did mock torture camps, and then they would have researchers study them, and they still do today. They still do that kind of research on the mock torture, it's so bizarre, so horrible, really. In the 1950s, Louis Joyland West, who you mentioned a few minutes ago, Jack, and people know Dr. West because of whether he was Jack Ruby's, psychiatrist, or the Patty Hearst trial, or the killing of an elephant or something, whatever the bizarre things he's known for doing.
LSD with the elephant.
Yeah, LSD, Charles Manson, perhaps, connection, Haight-Ashbury. But almost nobody ever mentions that in 1956 or so, along with a guy who would go on to become, by the way, president of the United States, the American Psychological Association scientist, and another fellow, were studying these mock torture camps, and the torture that they had created, that they claimed was Chinese torture, but they had developed it themselves, and came up with a paradigm that they published called DDD. This is, the paradigm stood for deception, debility, and dread. Dread, debility, and not deception. And anyway, what it was what we still have today in the Army Field Manual. The torture, I may be flopping all over the point here because there's so many different angles again on this torture story, as there is the other story that it's hard to know where to focus sometimes. The main point being that Louis Joyland West was involved in the development of the torture program in the CIA in the mid-1950s, which was codified finally in 1963 in a manual that the CIA internally put out, which today we call the QBARC manual. I got the latest version of it via mandatory declassification a few years back, and it's published at the National Security Archive, and that's the version you can read today. And what they did is, they came up with a torture program, which is, you don't need, this was different than the SEER program torture. They felt that psychological torture, as the CIA understood it, was the best way to go. It was more effective, and it relied on the use of isolation, sensory deprivation, the weakening of the prisoner, the psychological control mechanisms, breaking down their ego, making them feel helpless. Again, learned helplessness, something that was talked about in the press recently around the CIA program, which was a melange really of different things they were studying. It wasn't just really one program. That's what they make it seem, but really they were studying. If we could ever get them to open up their secret archives, I'm sure we'd see that a number of experiments were done. But there was another whole part of the CIA black site program where attention is brought to because when the prisoner died in 2003, there was a prisoner who died in the black site program. And there was a prison in Afghanistan known as the black prison or the dark prison because people were kept in darkness all the time. We took on that name.
Abu Ghraib, I believe it's pronounced.
Yeah, Abu Ghraib. No, not at Abu Ghraib. No, this was at another spot. There were CIA people at Abu Ghraib too. We don't really know the extent of that either. But this was at Bagram, basically. Bagram, I believe. And in other words, at some of the CIA sites, let's just put it this way, there were no doctors. Prisoners were left in a cold cell, and if you died of exposure, like this guy did, you died of exposure. There was nobody, there was no videotape. There was, you know, as I said, there were no doctors constantly monitoring what you were doing and taking notes, as there were at the interrogations of Abu Zubaydah, or in the at Guantanamo of Al-Qahtani, who was their person. So there were people, there were experiments, and then there were just torture sites where they were trying to coerce false confessions, or maybe they thought they were even, there were some people who were true believers in torture, and they thought if we could coerce that and get real info. You know,
and if I might interject here, please.
Yeah.
With these black sites as well, that they took in prisoners and then allegedly brought the worst of the worst to Gitmo, it's been well documented now that some of the ways that these people were taken into custody was extremely dubious, that bounties were paid to basically pirates that were in a war zone, and it's extremely doubtful that some of the people turned over for money and ransoms were necessarily as significant, if criminals at all, as they were alleged to be, which, again, as Mr. Hickman and his associates wrote in America's Battle Lab, was made it all the more suspect that this was about experimentation and that subjects were needed.
The term battle lab came from a report by a Colonel Custer, who had gone to Guantanamo in the summer of 2002. They were unhappy with the results of the interrogations. They'd been getting, there had been some press leakage about abuses, and the military was doing its own vetting of what was going on at Guantanamo. And in the report, the guy said, "This is our battle lab in the war on terror." And if you think about those pictures that first came in of the prisoners arriving in Guantanamo in February or late January of 2002, there are goggles, there's earmuffs, there's blackout goggles, there's gloves, thick gloves on their hands. That's called sensory. Today they call that field expedient isolation, or we would call it sensory deprivation.
And over-medicated with the mosquito drug. Yeah.
That's right. They were given drugs to disorient them. I'm the only person who's written about this, and I found it in one of the documents, that before they were, flown into Guantanamo, on the renditions, and by the way, they were all these were military. The largest renditions were by the military. The military flew hundreds of people from around the world, not the CIA. The United States military flew hundreds of people from around the world to Guantanamo and to other military bases, by the way. But in Guantanamo in particular was the center because they thought that it was going to be outside of any kind of legal coverage. They thought they had found a spot that
but it actually,
they could do whatever they
a little
wanted
bit
to
of
do.
damage to your skin will actually repair itself better, so it comes back better. It will help protect your hair.
To be quite honest with you, from growing up in sports most of my young life, of course,
there's also a giant
a lot of my friends that wore the caps all the time, the baseball caps non-stop, they were the ones that I saw going bald the quickest. For whatever reason, I'm not sure what that reason exactly is, if it's associated with the cap or not. But I was kind of weird to see that the majority of the guys that wore the caps all the time
So can I just
were
ask
the ones
you,
that were losing their hair the fastest.
just
And I love baseball caps. I got one right here. I got a forbidden knowledge cap right here. I don't wear them all the time. You know, I take breaks and I put them on, take them off. If I'm walking through the desert, I try to put a cap on to protect the sun from destroying my forehead. You know, things like that. It kind of has a utility for me, but not just to wear them all the time everywhere I go, because I saw what happened to a lot of my friends when I was younger.
Yeah, and a lot of women, if we pull our hair up all the time and like, especially when you're sleeping, women, if you wear your hair like in a hair tie when you're asleep, it's not good for circulation to your scalp. It's just not the best. So I always make sure I take my hair tie out when I go to sleep, because it's not good for my neck. It's not good for the pulling of any of your muscles. And it's definitely not good for hair health either. I do wear a bonnet sometimes when I have my hair curled or braided or something, and that's perfectly fine. That actually protects your hair from getting kind of crinkled up in the sheets and everything. So that's fine, but I just would kind of steer clear of having your hair up in like a ponytail or a bun when you sleep. Another thing to prevent, another way to prevent hair loss is zinc and iron. Zinc helps keep your scalp hydrated by preventing dryness and flakes. Iron increases blood flow to the scalp, allowing more essential nutrients to stimulate the scalp and hair follicles for improved growth, while low levels of iron can cause hair to become dry, brittle, and even fall out. Now, I would not suggest people to take an iron supplement unless you get your iron tested, because if you take too much iron, it can build up toxicity in your body and make you extremely sick. So, like for me, for instance, I found that I was becoming a little bit anemic. I was getting super cold all the time, and I realized my iron levels were low. I got it tested. My iron levels were low. I started taking an iron supplement, and it actually helped that go away. But I didn't overdo it, right? Because, I mean, I actually don't even take it anymore. Because it can actually build up in your system and become very toxic and make you sick. So don't get your levels tested before you.
Iron is important for the body because it's what helps carry nutrients in blood to certain areas. However, you can have too much iron, and it's really important to make sure you have to get tested.
And it doesn't care, you know, it occasionally has
okay,
to
some
bend
more
the legal
things.
So what is torture?
More ways to prevent hair loss. Adaptogens, which help regulate the stress hormones in the body. This is helpful because stress causes what? Hair to fall out, hair not to be healthy. As we talked about before, you can actually get, what is this?
Certain reservations.
You can actually get telogen effluvium from stress. So adaptogens, like ashwagandha, what are some other adaptogens?
And one of the reservations they had is that what torture will be defined by the United States.
Ashwagandha is good. I take that every single day. That has a lot of beneficial properties. It's also very calming. Four-sigmatic actually has a really good powder, an adaptogen powder that you can put in your tea or coffee or something, and it really, really, really is beneficial. So that can help regulate your nervous system, which really, really helps. Ginseng is also an adaptogen. Rhodiola, I've heard of that before. That's actually very, very good. Astragalus is also good. These are all adaptogens. These are really, 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 really great for your... Oh, cordyceps is an adaptogen. Wow, I didn't even know that. I just learned that. Wow, that's crazy. Cordyceps, we take cordyceps every single day.
Every single day, and I take the ashwagandha every
So,
single
but in
day
the
as well.
convention
Yeah, ashwagandha is very important. Blood flow, everything. Ashwagandha is good for erectile dysfunction as well.
Without
you guys
the
have that,
intent, you
so.
know,
Really, really good. Antioxidants are great for prevention of hair loss. That makes sense because you need them to get rid of the toxicity within your system. Astaxanthin is a great one and is 60 times more powerful than vitamin C. This is huge for anti-aging.
they'd say,
take
well,
note of
that's
this,
not
guys.
torture.
Like, this is one of
That might be
a supplement
cruel and
that you can
unusual
research it first.
inhumane
Make sure you're
treatment,
getting a high
but it's
quality
not torture.
product. Don't just order
And
everything from
so
freaking
there's all these-
Amazon, because
you get
they're
into it,
actually
these,
doing
you know,
tests on
civil international
Amazon
courts
products,
everything have
and
looked at this,
a lot of them are found to be
you know, they've
fake
made it
or
so
not even have
obscure after a while. I think most
whatever the
people know,
ingredient is in
torture
these
is,
pills
you
and
know, a
these
form of
supplements. So
coercion
just be
used
careful
by,
of
from our standpoint,
what
by
you're
a
ordering.
state or
Time to open a forbidden
state-associated
pharmacy. I love
entity
that. That's
with
funny.
the idea of exerting
pharmacy.
control over
F-A-R-M.
Right.
Yeah, I love it.
whether
Yeah,
that harm
no.
is intended to
We
be
need to
used
have
or
one of
not.
those.
We will. That's one of my goals, is to
and,
launch a
it
supplement
should
line,
be
because I'm so
severe
obsessed
enough, of
with
course,
supplements.
to
I've
be
literally been
outside the
taking
norm,
supplements since I was 12 years old.
you know,
Not even
of
joking. Like,
normal
this is how
treatment.
obsessed I am with them. I don't know
So
why.
twisting somebody's
I
arm
just find it very,
may
very
or may not be
interesting.
torture.
Okay. So
but breaking it all, I think
minoxidil
most
and
people
Rogaine, those are also. I mean, you guys have probably heard
But the
heard
worst
about
forms
these
of torture
things.
have
They
nothing
help
to
with
do
hair
with physical
growth.
coercion.
There's
The worst
side
forms of
effects to
torture
these
are-
things,
and
though,
this is what people
so
at
make sure that
Guantanamo
you
will
guys
tell you,
are
you
looking
know,
those up.
Capitol people, and those who
Biotin,
have
this improves
survived their
keratin
experience.
production.
This is the worst
Keratin is a
things like
filament-forming
isolation.
protein that provides support
You know,
and a
some of
barrier
the
of
most
protection.
heart-rending
The
and
health and the
difficult
fingernails,
books
the
I've
health
ever
of the
read on
fingernails,
torture
hair, and skin
are the
relies
books
on
of
the amount of
people who
keratin
survived,
present in the body at
years
any
of
given
solitary
time.
confinement
So
in the
biotin is
US,
really, really good. You can take the biotin
supermax
supplements,
prison.
hair, skin, and nail supplements. You will notice. I noticed personally
You
when I
can
take
read, you know,
biotin,
some
my
of
hair
the-
grows
of
super
what
fast.
that was like
My
for
hair
them.
grows
It's
really
just,
fast,
it's
anyways.
just
So when I
horrendous.
take biotin, I don't
what-
like to
what
take it because
isolation does to
literally
you
my
is
nails
it's
and
an
my
attack
hair
on
and my
the,
toenails will
it's a
just
form
grow
of
too
sensory
fast,
deprivation.
and
It's
it's
depriving
like I gotta
you
go to get my nails and
of,
toes done all the time, which I hate doing. So yeah, I don't really take it, but I do have a conditioner that has biotin in it,
hopefully,
and so
obviously we'll
that
be,
actually helps my hair
joining us
feel
again.
very,
I
very
really,
luxurious, silky, and soft.
First of all, thank you,
So.
Jack, for lining the interview. But
Lactobacillus reuteri is a probiotic that actually helps
isolation
prevent
is-
hair loss as well.
takes you
That
away from
specific
human
strain
contact.
of
It turns
probiotic
out,
helps.
CIA has known this.
And
In
then
fact,
you
it
can,
was,
we talked a little bit
they
about hair
studied this way back
transplants.
in the early
That
50s as
works.
part of
It
that
works,
research around
but
bluebird and
it's
artichokes
probably, I mean,
or MK.
there's always,
by,
risks of infection and all
major
type of
figure,
stuff
by the
that can
way,
happen
again,
with
in
that. So if you can
psychology,
heal it
D.O.
naturally, then do that.
Donald Smith, H.E.B.
Another thing that I was reading
who
about
looked into-
today
who understood
is
the brain, the nervous
caffeine
system.
ointment. Caffeine ointment you can rub on your
we're
scalp,
evolved
and this will
to need
create
certain
hair
environments.
growth,
That's what it's
and it'll create
And that
thicker
we
hair,
need to
which is
have
really
contact
interesting. This
with
is something
other
new I learned literally today. So
very
caffeine
complicated
ointment,
names.
caffeine oil,
Think of people
caffeine
extrovert
lotion.
versus introvert.
Yes, it
Even
is
an
really cool.
introvert cannot live their
Okay, so
life
light therapy can also
100%
help. Laser
of
and red
that
light therapy. The
in
photons
a
of
box,
light
not
actually
associating with anybody.
act
So you
on
take a person, you
cytochrome
put them
C
in essentially a
oxidase,
cell or a box.
leading to the production of
You
adenosine triphosphate,
take them out of their
ATP.
circadian rhythm,
Healthy
so they don't know whether it's day
mitochondria,
or night.
improved
You
circulation.
leave the light on all the
So
time,
ATP is
and
what
then
feeds your
there's no
mitochondria, right?
contact.
It's like basically the energy
food
that
comes
gives
into
the
a little
battery the
slot,
power, right?
and
And
that's
so
it. Not just day
mitochondria
after
is
day or month
literally
after
your
month,
battery
year
of
after year,
energy
decade
that
after
helps
decade.
every single cell in your body
It drives me-
function
I had a
properly.
couple
Okay,
clients who had
so
been
really
in
important.
supermax prisons, and they were
I do red
severely
light
damaged
therapy. I
people
try
or
to do it every morning. I've kind of
as a
gotten
client.
off my
I mean,
little
it
habit,
just-
but
it just totally wrecks you.
I noticed
It's an
that when I
attack
do
on
it
the
consistently,
on
my
the
skin
central
looks way
nervous
better,
system.
my hair looks way thicker and softer,
and it's all
and
done
it's
without
just,
actually
it's super
touching you
beneficial. I
at
feel
all.
better.
And yet it's
The
most
release of
violent
nitric
of all.
oxide
And
from
today,
cells
it's
leads
still part
to
of
increased
the US
vascularization
for
to the scalp,
interrogation in the Army
distributing
field
nutrients and
But it
oxygen
can
to the hair
only be
roots.
used
This
against
improves
unprivileged
circulation,
people.
and
It's something called
excessive buildup of
Appendix M.
DHT is prevented.
For some
So
years, I
light
had almost
therapy
a
is
one-man
really,
campaign
really
all over the
amazing. We
department
actually
because
sell
groups like
a red
Physicians
light
for
therapy
Human
panel
Rights
in
and,
our Forbidden Knowledge
Center for
store,
Constitutional
and the
Rights
creator
and
of this
various human
panel,
rights groups have
literally
campaigned
he
against
created this panel, he invented this
part
panel.
of
It's
the
not
Army
just
field
some
manual. You know, when Obama
stuff
came
that
in,
you
he
get
said, we're going to
on
get rid
on Amazon. This is comparable to Juve. There's case studies behind Juve lights, and this has the same specs as Juve. So this stuff is very, very, very powerful. Now, I would suggest for people that want to benefit their hair with light therapy that they literally put their scalp close to these lights, right? Maybe like 2 to 6 inches away from the light, and then part your hair so the light can actually reach your hair, because your hair will, yes, it has to penetrate for it to work. So, and I mean, sit there and kind of part and go through and part your hair and part your hair in front of the light and do that maybe 20 minutes a day. You'll notice a difference.
and then we can just keep renewing that.
And finally, this is what I've been using, and this is what has been helping
we don't do sensory deprivation.
So we have an anti-balding bundle in the Forbidden Knowledge store. Now, when I went through my whole hair loss thing, I was so upset about it. Like literally super sad, super upset. I called Billy. I'm freaking out. I'm like crying. I'm freaking bawling my eyes out. I'm like on the floor of my house, just like rolling around in distress. Right? He's like, he feels so bad. So bad. So I mean, he was like, look, we have these products that I can get for you. You can try it. It works. And I'm like, nothing's gonna work. Like I literally felt like my life was over. Like I was like, this is not about to work. I didn't believe it. I honestly didn't believe it. I'm like, I don't know what's happening here, but by rubbing things on my scalp and washing my hair is not about to help my hair grow. I'm like, whatever. I was willing to try anything at that point. So when I came back to Florida, you had given me this bundle, and so I started using it consistently. Like I said, I was looking for anything that could help. And honestly, the ingredients, when you guys see the ingredients that are in this bundle, it's full of natural herbs. I know that there's rosemary and some of the different ingredients. There's, I think, peppermint oil and just a bunch of different oils that you literally rub into your scalp and layer over your hair. It's like a whole bundle. It's a whole process. It's like a kit, a system that you have to follow. And then there's also pills that will feed you, just like we were talking about earlier, pills that have biotin and different adaptogens in that to help with your hair. So if you follow this bundle, which I did. I followed this bundle and I did it every single day, almost for a year. I haven't done it in a while because I haven't felt the need to, because my hair has grown back pretty thick. So I noticed that my hair was growing back, that it was growing back as thick as it was before, which I was nervous about because I was scared that I was just going to have super skinny hair and it was going to be really stringy. But I had noticed that when I started using this bundle, my hair was growing back thicker. Now I have about maybe, I would say 6 inches of hair all over my scalp that is new growth. So it's not as long as the rest of my hair, but I'm noticing, like, I don't know, even in the mentoring group that I just did, my hair was like, I have these little baby hairs that stick up all over the place because this is all new growth, because I literally lost half my hair. Like I was bald on this side of my hair. Like when my hairstylist in Michigan, shout out to Charles, was doing my hair, he was like cringing the entire time, and he was like, oh, he was trying not to make me feel bad, but I was almost bald. Like I was pretty bald. It was really, really
be like, and how devastating. I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. It was a lot.
I didn't want to keep, bringing it up because I didn't want to get you so
upset.
I gotta be quiet.
How does that affect people?
It was bad because people have qualities about them that they're very proud of, right? Like I like my hair. I've always liked my hair. I've just always liked my hair. I've always had long, beautiful, luxurious hair, and so for me to lose that was like, wow. Now I feel.
There's a variety of reactions.
They'll be horrified.
Yes, exactly. I was horrified. I was literally horrified. So. Anyways, this balding bundle, I mean, it really did help me. I stayed consistent with it though. I didn't miss. Like I was really, really dedicated to the process.
We have a lot of people that have been using this from us from the first video that keep reordering it and saying that it works. And everything that we've been talking about, not everything, a lot of the things she's been talking about today are in the product line.
I don't think that's the majority.
It's like, instead of going shopping for all these little tiny things, it's all in this one bundle.
Then there are people who
exactly. And you can mix this with light therapy. You can mix this with other things like the caffeine ointment. You can bring in other things to help with this, right? Because honestly, I mean, if you look at my hair now, and I've done not only the bundle, but mostly, I mean, I stayed true to the bundle for about a year, and I also did red light therapy. I kept my stress levels down. I stayed healthy. I exercised. I literally exercise every single day. I don't miss. Like this is one of the most important things for me to make me feel good is exercising, right? So I mean, my hair at this point is almost back, I would say. And I just chopped about 6 inches off because I was getting sick. It was too long. It really grows fast, which I'm not complaining about. But I was worried about the thickness. But I feel like the thickness is back. It's like thick now.
So there's a wide variety variety of things and how
It
that
does
affects
work.
them, of course,
It does work.
and then
there's
how
no
it
doubt.
affects their families.
And we had a lot of this. I tried to find some of those before and after images, but I think we had taken them down.
I've never done a study.
We had some females and some males testimonials before and after.
I've seen in the research.
One was male pattern baldness, and he grew his hair back. He had, the typical George Jefferson.
Most people cannot.
And he grew his hair back in the middle.
But the amount of damage.
Thank you guys for saying that my hair is nice. I appreciate it. I really.
A very famous book on
it took a lot to get back here. So
Robert J. Lifton, who himself was one of the
came a long way because.
By the way,
it was. When did I get that? The sickness? I think it was almost a year and a half ago at this point.
Yeah.
So it's taken, and I lost my hair about 4 months afterwards. So it's been about a year that I've had to build this back to where I feel it's normal. But now I'm looking to make it even better than it was before. So I'm probably like even tonight I'm gonna put a little mask on my hair from this bundle just to keep it nice.
I think it informed why. Later on, he wrote a book, a very famous book called The Nazi Doctor, in which he went and interviewed all these people who had been involved.
My hair grows fast. I have to get 2 haircuts a week, and I haven't got a haircut in over a week and a half, and now it's getting out of control.
And what he found
so I need my barber.
They did is
and Franco, I know he's watching because he watches every episode. Franco, Efrain Rodriguez, my friend, my brother. Congratulations on your brand new granddaughter, Francesca. I look forward to seeing the baby, and I look forward to you coming back to cut my hair. Okay.
Oh yeah, he's been tripping without you, Franco.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy.
Yes, literally 2 cuts a week. He never misses. Never misses those 2 cuts.
Come back, my friend. We need you back down here ASAP. Cut the forbidden throat.
What are they studying? What's going on? Because they believe.
You know what's crazy? I bet if we didn't go get our hair cut for, let's say, like 3 months, we'd be out here, even Gabe too, we'd be out here looking like some damn, I don't even know. Holy mammoths.
You know,
yeah,
they relied on
crazy.
it. There's not that much that's new.
I'm just, I'm fortunate that at my age my hair's still growing. I don't have
all the way back to early state of neurology.
Good, but I am taking a lot of supplements consistently. A lot of the ones which you mentioned today, and of course, types of shampoos are very important because the ones that have that, what's that chemical in those shampoos?
There is all types of
BP. Parts of the mind can kind of split off from other parts of the mind.
That bad chemical, it'll destroy your hair.
This is a normal.
I'm missing words. I have a brain drain.
Sleep at night.
It's a bad chemical. Somebody in the chat, tell us what that bad chemical is inside your reality. One bad name.
I know this. I freaking know this. They put it in all types of stuff. They put it in makeup. They put it in soaps. They put it in everything.
Just forgetting something that.
Bad
This is
chemical.
the kind of stuff Freud wrote right about. Forgetting
There's one, but there's
something
another
that.
one.
That's not it.
Or
That's
repressing something.
Black and yellow,
the
black
word.
and yellow,
We don't
black
like to
and
think
Where
yellow.
y'all at? Where y'all at? Sulfates, yes, sulfates are bad. Formaldehyde, yep, that's bad too, but that's not the one.
Parabens.
Yeah, parabens.
I find it very,
It's
so
parabens.
this is the kind of thing I think they study.
Parabens.
What's all this
Those
research
three
about? They're
things-
looking at
Horrible,
organisms
horrible,
under
horrible.
terrible stress.
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Because when the parabens get
How
on
do they
the follicle,
respond? What can we
at
learn
the tip
from
of the
that?
follicle, it
will
actually
make us
spreads
be
them
able
out
to
and opens
control
them up,
people
and it lets the other chemicals in.
I think
That's
that's
the hair.
I think that's
Literally
the end
force your hair
game.
open,
myself.
and
Yeah.
the
I
chemicals
think
go in and just destroy the actual,
interrogation
chaff of
about
the
terrorist
hair
cells
itself.
was.
And then it just goes
If
from
they
up
get something
like
fine,
that before you
but
know it. Over time,
I
it's
think
been
the
destroyed.
experimentation.
Be mindful too
and
that
all
your
suggests
skin is the biggest
otherwise.
organ
Please go
in your
ahead.
body,
Well, I was just
and
gonna leave you
you
with this
absorb
thought,
about
is that,
60%
mindful
of whatever
your
goes
skin
on
is
your skin.
yellow.
So be careful of what you're washing
mindful
with
your
and what you're
skin
washing
is
your hair
golden,
with.
that
Honestly,
I mean, not only
for
just the
people
papers
with
they
your
wrote
hair,
for
right?
DVDs,
Don't wash your hair
they
every
would
single
talk
day.
in
Don't do
Cuba's
that because
manual,
your
the
hair
CIA's search
and your
manual,
scalp
63,
secretes
goes
oils
into this
that your
one.
hair
You know,
needs
where,
to stay
you want
healthy.
to regress
So if you
people
wash
back.
it every single day,
You
you're
regress them, you put
literally
them
getting
under
rid
stress.
of those healthy
So
oils
you
that
make
will
them
help
not
your hair
sleep.
feel
What
thick,
happens
healthy,
is,
and
I mean, we are
luxurious,
just made of
right?
flesh and
So
blood, so to speak,
don't
and
wash your
we
hair every
are
single day.
super
It's not
tired.
good.
I just don't function
Absolutely.
well.
Don't
When
do
you
it.
regress,
Again, going
it's
back
much
to my
easier to manipulate
Be mindful of him.
along the lines of those associations and ideas, and that's when you they think
ones who
that
actually
you can
the
maybe
trend of
create
balding
amnesias, or
extremely
create
fast, extremely
other
rapid
identities,
balding.
or implant
This is going back
memory,
into their
all the
20s
kind of
now.
stuff that
So,
they think they can do.
You have to be careful of that.
Unfortunately for
Yeah,
them,
yeah, and
unfortunately
pulling,
for
like
us,
excessive pulling, if you get your hair
human
braided all the
psychology
time,
is a pretty
I love to
complex
get my hair
thing.
braided. I really, really
They have
do.
not
Like,
really
I swear, if I could wear my hair braided half the year, I
people, they
would.
keep trying.
Although, the
But
pulling
how-
on your
how
hair, it's not
coincidental is
healthy.
it
It's
that
not healthy
the,
for your follicle. It
the
will
first
damage your
and
follicle.
key
Any stress,
guinea
right?
pigs
So
for
if
the
that
CIA
pull,
was
that
a man by the name
constant
of
pull on
Abu
your
Zubaydah,
hair, it's
for their
just,
more
it's just
recent
not good.
torture
It's not
program,
good for your
famously,
follicle, and it will help you. It will make you lose hair
and roughly
faster.
that same
Women
year,
too, please be careful of perms.
a
Okay,
man by the
they
name of
have
Al-Qatani,
many,
who's now
many,
been
many, many,
released
many, many,
finally
many
sent back
cases
to,
right now of things that cause cancer.
sent to Saudi Arabia.
Perms. Okay.
There's a lot of class action lawsuits out right now
interrogation
because the pure perms are causing cancer.
Records were laid out by
Huge
Time magazine,
multi-billion-dollar
huge expose.
class action lawsuits right now.
Be careful. Really, really be careful with products that you're using, because perms, I mean, you are not only putting the chemical onto your scalp, but you're also putting heat to that. So now that's going deeper into your tissues, right? Epidermis going in through your dermis, going below your dermis at this point. Now it's going into your bloodstream. This is why it causes cancer, because you're literally not only putting the chemical on top, which is getting absorbed, but now you're pushing it down deep into your layers of skin. Really bad. Really, really bad. So,
Once it goes through the lower dermis, it gets into the bloodstream.
yes.
There aren't that
And
many
then those
people who have
cancer-causing
serious
chemicals
brain
are
trauma.
flowing
I mean,
through
they're
your
out
body.
there. But how?
Causing
What
all
are
types of
the
toxicity. Now you're loaded up.
the
So
two
just be careful out here
used for
with,
these people?
you know, don't become the crazy person. Like literally, I'm a little bit of the crazy person. Like I'll be up in the grocery store looking at labels all day, and I take a long time in the grocery store because
certainly implies
to see what my food and the products that I buy to wash with have in it. Like I'll spend an extra hour out there, but I'm literally the person
experiences
that's
of
like,
trauma like that of great interest to them because of the and how they could study and see. And of course, later, you know, not everybody, most people who came under the torture of these people were not head trauma victims.
I don't know why. It's like
right?
very calming.
And the researchers into modern seer, again, the researchers, the Army and Special Forces researchers, looking at the mock torture programs in the early 2000s, separate from this, just doing research on it, which was later published in psychiatric journals. We're very interested in mapping the dissociative reactions of the soldiers involved. They're very interested in dissociation because they're interested in what they can do to you.
Yeah. Interesting. The most
I think one of my
definitely like the world winner of Jeopardy.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. This one looks like it went out. I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. Erica, did you have a closing question?
Well, you know, Amy in chat room wants me to ask you a question, and so she just wants to say it's already known torture is ineffectual in getting secrets, as it is really just a form of pure sadism, or is it meant for a chilling effect?
Torture can get secrets.
Hey everybody, it's Billy Carson.
Is it the best way to get? No, it's not. I mean, the researchers are correct that you get more from being, you know, getting rapport with people and treating them decently than you do from torturing them. Torture tends to, in the CIA, tends to produce resistance to people who are being tortured. But see, it's not, what if they don't want information? Is the point though. If they want you to exploit you, they want to get you to sign a statement, they want you to be compliant, or mainly if they want you to turn and inform on your other prisoners.
You can help vote for the winners.
Voting
is available on
Yes, interrogation is easier to sell legislators and lawmakers than MK Ultra type programs.
Yeah, you know, the history of, you know, the first person I ever had who was a torture victim was someone in my early training years. I was at in a college setting.
That's right. I'll be your
you know, like a college counseling setting, and this guy comes to me and he was, you know, tortured.
This is the place to be.
He was, he had been tortured. He had been tortured, but he was plagued by depression and dysphoric and PTSD kind of symptoms from that torture. In particular, the fact that under torture, he was from a foreign country in Latin America, and he had given up to his captors the names of other people involved in his group. So I know that torture can work, and I know it from a torture victim who told me about it. He's not the only one. You know, if you don't know anything, you're going to produce a false confession,
any
more likely
category,
than not.
as well
And
as
you
if
can
you're
hang
out of the
on.
country.
If you do know something, some people will never talk,
You think it's
but
worthy
people
of being
talk
honored
easily.
that night. Make sure you
You know,
hurry up and get
torture
your
is
tickets
wrong
because they're
not
selling
just
out
because of
very
whether it's
fast.
effective
I
or
want to see you there.
non-effective. It's wrong
Forbidden
on a
Conscious
moral
Awards
level. It's
2023.
wrong because it acts like an acid on the entire culture that engages in it. It destroys trust. It destroys the people who do torture, many of them, and
Yes, yes, it's gonna be a huge event.
it's just an
Like
evil
we are putting a
thing.
lot of energy in this one,
But
guys. Like,
I
so
do not
much,
believe, you know, when people
so
say,
much.
"Oh yeah,
I
but
mean,
torture always produces
it's
false
gonna be
confessions,"
really
that is not
phenomenal.
true.
We have
It's
Chris Spencer
disrespectful
who's
to the
hosting
people
it,
who
which
did talk
that
into
was
torture.
kind
I
of hard to
personally
pull. You
believe.
know what I mean? I mean, he
Also,
doesn't
they
just
can make
do this.
an
Like, he has
ideological.
hosted
I
huge
get the
workshops,
impulse.
like
You know, when they say
literally
torture is
freaking
bad, and they, you know, they never should have used
BET
torture
awards.
in
He's
the Iraq War
hosted, written for
because
the
it didn't get
Grammys. I mean,
actionable intelligence. As
literally,
if
like,
it did, it
he's
was
heavy
okay.
in the business. So
No,
to
it
be
wouldn't have
able
been
to pull
okay.
someone that would be
You know,
able,
so
not be able to, but for him
anyway,
to
that's my
want to
thoughts
do
on
this
that.
with us, it's
Thank you.
I'd just like to say before Erica wraps up for us, I have found Dr. K to be an unapologetic human rights advocate that crosses a lot of partisan lines in doing so, and professionally as well as personally. And I really appreciate that. And thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I feel like I would love it if you could come back because there's so many more questions that I know that both
Oh,
Jack
yeah.
and myself have. And this is, you know, you've touched on so many important topics. And right now, you know, in our history and in American history and current goings-ons in the world, I think these are ugly truths that need to be looked at. People need to understand how pervasive this is, and so I just really appreciate your work and being here tonight and sharing your insight. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Erica. And thank you very much, Jack. Very much. I'd be happy to come back. Yeah, there's so much to talk about.
Thank you. And where are the best places people can find you?
Well, right now I'm publishing most of my work for the moment. I'm considering other outlets, but I still am using medium.com because it's very easy for me to put together my work in terms of graphics and links and documents that are embedded. It's just so easy. I stuck with it. But so I think it's jeff-k.medium.com. And or on Twitter, you can find me as well. And my work there links to sorts of things as well.
Thank you. I follow you on Twitter, and I'm just, it's been such a great conversation. I will definitely have to listen to this show over and over again because I know that there are bits, you know, as we talk that you miss, and I will be excited to do that. But thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to speaking with you the next time around. So
thank you very much, Erica.
Absolutely. Jack, have a wonderful evening. And I want to just say to all of my supporters and show supporters on Patreon, thank you so much for your donations. I appreciate you doing that because you help keep us here and on the air. I do this, I know Jack does this because we believe in finding the truth. We believe in supporting other human beings. And like Dr. K, we understand that there are things that need to be brought to the light of day. You can go to expandingfrontiersresearch.org to check out our research and keep up to date. You can join the list. You can go to my Patreon, or you can go to PayPal to donate. And we appreciate the people that actually donate. Please, if you can, like, subscribe, and share this program information. I appreciate Peter Shelley for always getting the word out about the show. And I want to thank Mario for being here every week to help support me and my work. So thank you very much. Stay safe, and we will catch you next Friday.
Everybody was dressed to impress at that event.
Incredible event. Anything else you want to add?
Oh, don't forget my raffle, the raffle.
Yes. We've got the raffle going on for the Mercedes-Benz AMG.
Yes.
And that raffle is, man, look, it's a car that people can actually afford. And a portion of the proceeds go to help underprivileged children. So we want to be able to take advantage of that. Hey, Mercedes-Benz AMG raffle. Tickets are still available for the raffle. lunch like real quick before we get out of here. Guys, it's been a great night. Thanks for spending time with us.
Yes, and thank you so much for the support and everything. And did we say a portion of the proceeds are gonna go to CIS? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so we actually have just partnered with this company called Biomat, and I was actually just texting.
But you know, how did all of that come about?
On with us
it
tonight,
came about because
but
I was
didn't get a chance for us to really
I was
test it out.
working
You
a
know,
night shift
I know
job.
what it's like, but you haven't experienced the full product of it yet.
Yeah.
I used to use a Biomat way back in the day, like 10
I
years
really
ago.
did
These
not
things
like
are freaking amazing.
And
We will
it
have
was
the
in
CEO
IT.
on
So it's
at
for a
one of
major
these
IT
Biohack
company. It's the
episodes.
kind of job where I
It'll
could
probably
get
be
my
a pop-up
work
episode, but I
done in
definitely
half
want
a
you to
shift, and
experience
then
it
I'd have
first
the
so you
night to
can
sit there
feel the results, because
and read a
before
book
I
or
present
do whatever.
anything, I always make
And so
sure
I'd
that
read
I'm
quite a few paranormal books and
literally presenting,
loved
like,
a number of them and was less thrilled with
presenting
others.
my experience.
And I'd
Like,
wanted
if it doesn't
to
work for
have
me,
a
I'm
go
not gonna talk
myself.
about
But
it. So
I think, like most people, I get approached a lot. And people tell me I would love to write a book, but I just don't have the time, or I don't know where to start, or any one of a number of reasons why not.
Exactly.
Why
I know
not
it
to
works,
do
but
that?
he doesn't. So we're
A
gonna
lot of
wait.
people, I think,
So
are
it'll be
afraid of
probably within the next
rejection.
couple
That
weeks. And yes.
a publisher is going to tell them,
Thank you
hey, you
guys
know,
for
your
tapping
book
in
isn't
today. Hope you guys
the
found
kind
some
of quality
value,
that you would
and
publish.
let's all get some
And so I was
nice
afraid of that,
luxurious
certainly.
together.
Nobody wants to be rejected. Firstly, though, it's really important to remember that Stephen King was rejected something like 14 times with his first book, Gary. J.K. Rowling 17 times with the first Harry Potter book, you know. And imagine being the publisher that turned those books down.
Right, right.
So my mental hack, my way of getting around that fear was that I decided I was going to write on my lunch hour. So every night that I was working, I would do my work, do what I was paid for. And then rather than goof off, I started working on a paranormal memoir called In Search of the Paranormal. And my logic was, hey, if nobody buys this and publishes it, I've still been paid to write it. I have not wasted my time.
Right.
And so that was how I got it published. And it was of enough of a quality, I think, that Llewellyn Worldwide wanted to publish it and bought several more books from it.
Wow, that's fantastic. When you so you've been doing this a long time, obviously, from your childhood. You've been into the paranormal, the whole 9 yards. What made you decide to I guess maybe like go out into the field just for more answers? And what was your first in place like going out? Was it to help someone? Was it an event? Was it just for curiosity type thing?
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit with you a moment ago when I started connecting with the Society of Land Investigations. So that was almost exclusively help cases. People would call, well, in the 90s, they didn't know who to call, so they would call newspapers, or sometimes they called the police.
Right.
You know, I've never
Pussy and
forgotten
McDonald's gonna get my fucking grip on.
As written by Guy Lyon Playfair and Morris Gross in the excellent book about it, where the family was so terrified of the activity in their house, they called the police. The police came over and said, yeah, weird things are happening, but we don't arrest poltergeists, you know?
Right.
So we kind of became those weird people that you could refer people to for help.
Yeah.
And we would go in and find, for example, one family I recall that heard heavy footsteps walking around above them in their very small house. It turned out to be a rat, and they needed an exterminator. You know, it hadn't crossed their mind that there might be a rational explanation. So primarily we did help cases, and often we would offer a rational.
Went out to confront them. They were gone. This happened just 2 days after he filed a UFO report online.
We would get something we could not explain.
Now, on 2 consecutive nights, my son and I saw spotlights shining from the shore
people, you know, and so we do private cases and things like that.
There was a field, a narrow road, and a berm between our house and the
money or
lake.
anything like that to do it. We generally
It looked
just want to
like
help people.
the spotlights
That's what
may
it's
have been
about.
mounted
And,
on vehicles.
you know, so I
Both
appreciate
nights
it.
it's occurred around 11 p.m.
I'm really delighted to hear that
Lasted
because
only for a
I
few
have
minutes.
a permanent suspicion.
So a
against
few days
anyone
later,
who's
May
monetizing
4th, about 2 p.m.
Yep.
I was out in the
I tell them
backyard
to
working
run.
in
I tell people to run a mile if a teen.
A man dressed in black military garb.
Certainly over the years,
had
I've done
back
damage
gate and
control.
towards him.
After teams like that have been in,
Stop what I was doing. and
whenever
waited
money's
for him
changing
to
hands
say
in
something.
life, it's a good rule to
He wore
be
glasses
suspicious
that were
of
tinted yellow.
Yes,
Which stood
absolutely.
out because everything
Absolutely.
else in him was
and
black.
the thing is too, you know, people
He also
don't
wore a
realize
clean
and
black cap,
you know, we
no
pay
insignia.
for hotels, our own gas. You
When,
know, we don't ask the homeowners. We just
when he got
want to go and
close, he looked
genuinely help
directly
them.
at
And
me
as you
without
said,
any
a lot of
expression.
times there's a reasonable
And asked if I had
explanation.
noticed lights
You know,
over
we
the
don't
lake.
go in
And I
looking
explained
for, you know, thinking there's a
what
ghost.
we had
have
seen
to, you know, gather
and
our
other
evidence
information I
and,
thought would
see
help.
for ourselves.
He
You know,
wrote
it's not that
everything
we
down
don't
in a
believe
small
them.
notebook,
And I think you
rarely
understand
saying
what
a
I'm
word
saying.
other than
You know,
anything
it's not that we don't
else.
believe them. I believe they're
And when I
having
finished,
happenings.
he asked if I had
However, but
reported
we
the
have to,
sightings.
you know, gather them
Told
for
him the
ourselves,
man
and then
across the
we
street
also
said he
research the
contacted
property
the
and all that
UFO
good
group.
stuff too. So
Then
Yeah.
asked,
You know, and
but
I
did you
think I would
contact
rather
anyone?
have
I said no.
an
And I asked him
explanation
what
for
group he was with. He
something
just
or the
looked at me
goings
and
on
said,
in the
"Thank you
house.
for
So
cooperating."
that'll put their mind at ease going, oh, it's
That was
just the
very
house
weird
or it's
because I
this or it's
felt
that
there was
versus telling them,
something
hey,
not right
you might
about
have a
this man.
spirit hanging
I
out
guess it
with
was
you.
intuition, but I was pretty
It
down.
always horrifies me when I see.
So on Saturday, May 9th, around 10:30 p.m.,
openly tell the
there were
people
more
that
lights
they're held.
coming from the lake shoreline.
Oh, you know, you might
Now,
just
this
wanna
time
move.
I decided to walk
You
over
might just want to sell your
and
house.
see
I
what
mean,
was
it's the most
going on. My
irresponsible,
son, who was
horrific
17,
thing.
came with me.
Imaginable.
He was just as curious as
And
me.
so,
We walked
you know,
through the
I
yard,
think keeping in
across the
touch
field,
with
then over the
people who
berm
help is key.
to
I've
the
actually,
shoreline.
actually backed away
There
from
were
help
5
cases a
black
little bit,
Land
not
Rover
least
like
because,
vehicles about
the
100
pandemic
yards
has
south
kept most
along the
paramedics
shoreline.
busy.
They were
And I
also
really have
there
time
were
to
also
devote to
a
it,
dozen or
but,
more men in black garb living
and I'll
about.
also
Now,
say, to
as
be
soon
honest,
as one of these men
ever since
noticed
the
us, he
legalization of
shouted,
marijuana in
"There!"
Colorado,
and came
we've seen
running
some very
towards us.
questionable cases.
He had a 3-foot-long
I think that
light-colored baton with a yellow light on the end.
genuinely is upset.
2 other men came running towards us as well.
Especially if there are children involved.
The man with the
And
baton
others,
yelled, "You
they're
must
kind
leave
of
at
looking
once.
for the
This is a
entertainment
national
value of
security
having come in,
operation."
and am I going to be on TV?
My son asked who they
Are you
were, but
you know,
never
you bringing
received an
in like
answer.
ghost hunters or ghost adventures?
One of the other men, who I believe was
That's gotten a
superior,
little bit
said,
out of hand, and
"You
I'm
must
sure a lot
leave
of
the
teams are
area
doing
immediately,
that,
go
not
back
just
to your
that.
home."
Oh yeah, for sure.
A
And I don't know if
representative
you
will
know them or not,
contact
but
you in a day or
Katie
two.
and Katie Stafford.
We agreed and promptly left.
I don't know them well. I believe I'm Facebook
I have not been
friends with,
contacted by
those guys.
anyone
Yeah.
since that night. My son and I
And it's
went
kind,
back
it's kind
to
of
the
the
shoreline
same
and looked
thing
around,
because we're really good
hoping
friends
that we
with
could
them,
find
and
something
you know,
that could help
we were
us
all
understand
on a
what had
team
happened, but
together
there was
for a
nothing.
while, and it was
I
kind of the
believe
same
that
thing
they
there.
may
Because it was
have
after we had
discovered
started the
something of
TV show,
importance,
you know, when
just by
people
the way
would
they
see
reacted to
and
us.
you know, and then we're like,
Is there any way of
you know, these
finding
people
out
are
who
not
these
legit. They
guys
just
were
wanna,
and what
you
they
know.
were doing?
So, yep,
Now,
we're
I
all about
contacted the
helping
witness
people. And nice to
by
see you
email,
back,
explaining
Brandy.
that this type of activity isn't uncommon.
I'm trying to hang in there. I'm trying to hang in there.
Especially those things that
Don't
occurred
touch
several times. Now,
anything, nothing.
I'm not. I'm like sitting
guess
here
you
going,
called him
okay,
out
don't
decent
bump
area. I guess that's
anything. Just
what they were.
don't touch.
The time with the light, though, is interesting.
You were
That
gonna
was the
make it
first time
back.
I had heard any piece of equipment being present
But I'm glad you
during
did.
an encounter and an
Anyway,
investigation.
and I
So,
did do the shows for the
after many
week.
years, I still haven't
remembered
received
them.
any further information
Yay.
pertaining to this incident.
As everybody knows, usually that's Brandy's job because she had it
Now,
memorized.
this,
but now
this
I
other
did it so
account
long, and I had to do it tonight.
Came from
I
a
did it.
woman who wrote to me and said, "I believe
Well,
my husband
you know, we
and
keep
I
adding
saw Elvis."
shows on the platform, you know, so I mean,
States we
we're
live in
6
rural
days a week
northern
now,
Idaho,
so
and we
and then
both hunt,
sometimes
so
twice
we
a
know
day, so
everything
you have to
about
remember all
animals,
those names and
even in
times
pitch
and
darkness.
who's on it, and
We don't
yeah,
have
it gets
normal
confusing.
plumbing. We have
Yep,
to
but it
turn
shows. I
on an
paid
electric
attention
well
to you
every
because I
morning to
did
fill
have
it up. Our tank can last us 3 to 4 days, but we like like to keep
Richard,
it filled just in case.
Tell us about.
There are other tanks
what
like that
book
scattered
have you
throughout the
wrote
woods, just
that,
waiting for someone to buy the land and build a
oh
home.
my gosh, like you feel
Now,
maybe not your best book, but really like
we were taking
you
a
just
walk
had
and it
to
got
write
dark,
about.
so we
What
went back home. However,
location or
on our way home, we saw something.
Probably a
not
strange
moving our
answer, but the
animal
one that I
near one
I
of the
felt
wells.
compelled to write was a book called Building
It was
the Right
hunched
Life.
over like it was eating.
And it has nothing to
We
do
walked
with a location or a
carefully
haunting as such.
closer, about 20
But
feet from
having
this thing,
36
trying to figure out what it
books out
was.
right now with more contracted.
It's too large for a
I
straight
really do
auger
get
wolf
asked
and
a
too
lot
small for a
about
bear.
how to
But whatever it was, it
writing
looked
the book
at
and
us with
finishing it
red
and
eyes.
published. And so all those
I've never
answers
been more
that-
scared in my
that,
life. Now, my
I put
husband was
together
scared
over
of
the years,
nothing,
and I wish I'd
but
had
he was
when I
scared
was
as
trying to
well.
get published.
We took
I
off
put into
running.
a book.
I
really
don't think we ever
think
run that fast.
We have good investigators out there.
He did chase us for a bit,
amateur
and
historians
it just disappeared.
I hope that they
got
tell
to our
their own
house,
stories.
and
I
it's just
hope
gone.
that they
Now
feel
we knew
motivated
it was
to write
behind
those
us
down
when we left the woods.
You know, we look back
but we
right
couldn't
now
sit.
on
We
some
locked
of
all the windows and doors
late
that night.
1800s, early 1900s.
We talked to one of the
books
town
that are in
locals
public
about
domain,
this
and a
thing.
lot of our
We
understanding
saw.
of the birth
He
of
showed
this
us a
field
picture of a
comes
hellhound.
from those texts.
He told us stories about
that's
people
the one
meeting
that
the
I think
hellhound in the
is
same
the most
area.
useful book.
Always near a
I've read.
well-road
And, he just
crossroads
talks
of
about
places
how I
of
got
death.
published, how I write,
Seeing
how I
him
finish
once
books,
will
how you
bring
get
us
to it,
happiness. Seeing
and
it
how,
twice
above all
will bring
else,
us
if it's your
sorrow.
dream to write
And
be
seeing it
published,
3 times will bring us death.
Absolutely.
I don't know what it
chasing your
was,
dreams there.
but Helltown.
You know, I saw a post from you the other day, and I think you were in a
these
bookstore,
Hellhound stories are
and
pretty
you were
interesting.
actually
We do
signing
I
the
do get
books
one once
and
in a while.
putting them back on the shelf.
Stealth signing,
You know,
it's
mostly very few here in the
I
United States.
love
but
that.
we do
I
get
love
them.
that. Now I've gone into bookstores, and you know, I have to open the cover, and I have to, you know, look through the
This
pages
is
and
the
everything.
this
You know,
next
I have
account's the
bought a
last
few
one.
books
So
just because they were signed. Not
wanna start
because
posting
I had,
questions, I'll keep
you
an
know,
eye
this
out.
big interest in reading it. It's just like, hey, this is signed by the author.
the witness
I've
writes
got to have
after
this
30
book.
after
You know,
30
so I
long
thought that was
years, a
just really
Tennessee
neat
man.
because it's
and
like a
this
little
came
finding
from
a little
secondhand
bonus.
source. After 30 long
I
years,
do
a
enjoy
Tennessee man had
stealth
finally
signings,
revealed
and
the
it just
reason
if I'm passing
behind
the
his
store, I'll drop
abrupt
in,
decision
and
to
statistically,
stop
there'll
going
be,
into
you know,
the
2 or
woods.
3 of my books in most of them. So
The man
I'll
who had
usually
chosen to
stealth
remain
sign them. What's
anonymous
scary is nobody
had
ever
kept his
asks
secret
me,
hidden for decades.
who I am. I could be
But
randomly
recent
writing.
events have prompted him to speak out about the harrowing experience
and
that led to his avoidance of the Tennessee woods.
then I will.
The tale he
go about my
tells is
day,
one of
and
fear,
I will
survival, and the brush
post
with
that, hey,
unknown that
books in
changed
the
his
store,
life
buy them
forever.
signed if you want one.
Now, on this particular day, he packed
I also
light
like
and only
to
hiked a couple miles into the
leave
Smokies.
signed books when I revisit a
He
location.
set up
So
camp and
we
spent
were
a
talking,
perfect
Kristen
day
and I was
exploring
speaking
the
about
area
one of
with his
my
faithful
favorite places, Melvin
canine
Manor.
companion.
And a while back, I left
As
some
late
signed
afternoon
copies
arrived, the
of
man
Melvin
was
Manor
ready
books,
to
like,
settle down to start a fire to warm up,
places throughout the manor.
at the
So,
campsite.
I'm starting to do that.
However, he noticed that his 2
That's
dogs
really
seemed
cool.
unusually agitated,
Now I'm going to start
barking
looking.
and growling at
Every time I
something
go there, I'm
distant.
going to start looking in little corners.
Even though he had always managed to
opening
keep bears
things,
away
going, hey, is
before,
there a
they had always
monkey?
managed to keep bears away.
Yeah, I always
before,
try and put them in
couldn't help.
places that they won't just
feeling a bit
obviously
concerned.
jump out at you, but if you
Now,
are really
night
looking
began to
really,
fall,
like you won't have
warm
to go
summer
into
air
crawl
built
space or anything
campsite,
like that.
prompting the man to
people
leave
will,
the tent
people will
door
stumble
open.
on them over the years, and I just kind of like that.
We settled in for,
Yeah.
he settled
Well,
in for
I'll
the
tell you
night
what,
with
I'm
his
going to
2 dogs
Malvern.
nestled
I'll be
close
there
to him.
twice this year.
He
April
woke too
29th
soon,
with my
seeing
paranormal
bright
team, and then I'll be back
moonlit-
again in July with Brandy.
Moonlight
The blonde thing, but
illuminating his
now
camp
I have
before he
motivation here. I'm
realized
gonna
the
be
dog
looking,
were
and I'm not telling
That's what I
anybody
said.
else.
growls and had hackles raised at something. He
And
then
he was
noticed
just there,
another
like-
noise like
He
a
said he was just there
thrumming
recently, so I think I'm going to
groan
really go look.
coming from outside the tent.
Terry
Yeah.
Murphy, she's our friend. She said
Now, the
she met you
source
at
of the
Malvern
groaning
Manor
noise
with
became
Dustin
apparent
Perry
as the
last
man's
year.
eyes
Also
adjusted
have
to
had
the darkness.
Flashmore States.
Oh, hi
You can
Terry.
now see a
Yeah,
dark
it was
outline
great to
that
meet
seemed
you.
to
Dustin
roughly
is literally the
shape,
nicest man in the paranormal
form the
field.
shape of a
He and
bear,
I have been looking to do more
lurking
stuff together. So
just
June 3rd,
beyond the now
we're
cold
doing
embers
another
of the
my favorite
campfire.
ones. We're doing a public
The
investigation.
man shouted at the dark looming figure outside the tent.
Oh wow!
which
To
he's
his
never been to
surprise,
before. So I'm looking
the
forward
creature
to
went quiet,
not
but
just
then
showing
began
him
to
around, but
grow in
accompanying
size
hopefully some of
until it
you
was towering over
around
the screen window
signing
of the
my
tent.
Asylum 49 book.
Very cool. Very
It's
cool.
called the tent roof. There was
You mentioned
a
Malvern
screen
was
on
one of
top
your
the tent, so it was
top
looking down
3.
onto the tent.
What's the other 2?
The man could
Asylum
hardly believe what
49
he
is
had seen. He had
definitely
never
one
encountered
of
anything
them.
so
Asylum
massive
and
outside
Malvern
of a
are,
zoo.
I think,
Meanwhile, his 2 dogs
favorite
continued to growl,
US
their instincts telling them this
probably,
creature
and
was
then
not to be
I
trusted.
do love old South Pittsburgh Hospital.
He
on
could
the
hear the
second
creature
floor of the
inhale a
hospital.
long, slow breath before letting out a trumpeting call
Tennessee's getting to be one of my
It
favorites.
sounded like a mixture of a lion's roar and a human shout.
Old South
Dogs were
Pittsburgh
terrified
Hospital.
into
Yeah, I've been there
silence, and the
several
creature
times.
bolted away.
Terrific, and
He was
I'm working
helpless
on a
to
book
stop
right
his
now about
canine companions from giving chase to the creature,
But there are
as they
quite a
ignored his
few. I mean,
commands
Farrar
in favor of the
Elementary
hunt.
in Iowa is another one that I love.
So without a second thought, he
I
grabbed
wrote,
his rifle and
a
headlight
chunk of
and
that
ran
book
after them.
at the principal's desk.
He could hear the
while
barking
waiting
in the
for him to
distance,
appear, which I thought
but they were moving too fast for him to keep up.
Wow.
Then
I
he
like
heard
writing
something that sent chills down his spine, a
location,
maniacal
partially
laughing sound like that of a hyena.
Wow. So
coming from the same direction as the dogs.
Was any of that wrote there?
Despite his growing sense of
notes
dread,
from
the
it
man
were taken there,
continued
but
to
I
follow the
wrote
sounds
the
of
lion's share
barking
of that
and
after I
laughter,
got back from my first long
hoping
stay in
against
Melbourne.
hope that he would
The
find his
second Melbourne
dogs
book, which
safe
I'm
and
working
sound.
on now, and it's
But as the
tentatively
night
titled
wore
Malcolm
on and the barks faded into silence,
Um,
he realized he had to
was,
return
I
to
would say,
camp or risk
10,000 words
becoming
an
lost
hour.
himself.
Gotcha.
On the
Gotcha.
couch.
He stayed
Very
up all night
comfortable
waiting for
couch.
the dogs to return to camp,
that
calling
we all
for
know.
them
Right.
occasionally, but to
So
no
many
avail.
people have slept on.
As soon as the sun came up, he searched for his
This
beloved
is
pets
the
again.
this is
After
the one that I
hours of
have.
searching, he finally stumbled upon
Oh,
them.
wonderful. The
One
Valesky
was
book. I hope
badly
you got that
injured
signed
and
by
whimpering
Johnny as
from
well as
within the
me.
thicket of bushes.
No, but I'm
And
going
the other was
to.
just
You're,
torn to
you
pieces.
have signed my book,
The loss of his dog's life did him part, and the surviving canine
but I'm going to
was
get
never
him to
the
sign
same
it
again.
too.
Becoming
He is
fearful
the
of both night
nicest
and the
guy,
woods.
Johnny Halter, and
The man knows he had encountered
he's always
something
real
terrifying
happy
in the woods that night.
I met Johnny.
Far worse than
I
any
don't
bear
know.
or
I guess
any
it's
other
been,
known
it's
predator.
before COVID.
To
It
this
was,
day, he
I
has
think
never
Kansas City
been
had
able
a
to fully
Paracon.
explain what
Yeah.
he saw or heard
And,
that
with
fateful
Chad
night, but
Lindbergh.
he is
That was
certain that it
fun.
was an encounter with an unknown
You know,
creature.
I always
made
am
him
trying
give
to
up
push Johnny to write
exploring
his
the
own
wilds
memoir.
of Tennessee.
I mean, look at the guy. You know, he knows more about that house than anyone else.
Yeah.
So,
and the
folks,
fact that
if
he
you
hasn't
got any
written a book
questions,
called
post them,
Haunted Hauser,
and I will try
is
to
a
answer them
huge
for you.
disappointment for me. So
Right.
whenever any of you see Johnny, like, push him to write that memoir. He's so.
Tony Dent wants to know
I will say
where are
something
the
to him next week
hellhounds
because we
most
do have
often
him coming on the
seen?
show.
Outstanding. I mean, I'm
most
probably on his,
of the
on
sightings
his-
that I
in his
have
back
gotten
books
over
at
the
minute,
years
because Josh and I last week we had a
are
number of
over
visitors
in
at the manor that
the British Isles.
I was helping Josh just give some
in
tours while
Ireland
they
and
happened
in
to be in
Great
the area.
Britain. Well,
And they were going to
England
Velisca
and
next. A
Scotland.
lot of people do that, you know. They'll do
occasionally
Iowa
we
and
get
Velisca,
one
excuse
in
me,
Wales.
they'll do
But,
Melbourne and
no, that's the
Velisca
area
and
where
Iowa.
most of the sightings
And so we instructed two separate groups. To
and
finish
you know that
Johnny
area
on
is
the
kind of indicative
bus.
of that. There,
and when he kind of
there
looked
have been
askance at them to tell them that we'd made.
there are certain areas
I know that Josh got a text from him
in
at the end
England,
of the day that just
especially
said,
Cannock Chase,
getting my
which is
ass
very
pinched a
well
lot
known
today.
for,
We put
and
people up to that,
hellhounds.
Johnny, if you're watching. So our
So, but that's where I get most of the sightings.
My mouth is closed. I won't say a word.
CS asks, when did the MIB first start
Now,
appearing
Now
in
you
the
said
U.S.?
you said you're going to
You know,
Harriman.
it's hard to tell.
I've been to Harriman. In fact, I
You know,
spent,
John Keel had
a
written
holiday
about them
in December
in relation
last
to the
year.
Mothman sightings
There
after the
with
Mothman
fellow
sighting after the
investigators,
bridge
Aaron
collapsed.
Taylor,
In Point Pleasant,
Sarah
that these
Stream,
men in
Mike
black were
Taylor,
showing up asking questions to
Eric
people
Benson,
living in and around Point
our
Pleasant.
friend Jill Sanderson, and
I don't know if there are
we did
any
a lot of work in
references to
gathering
them
evidence
before
for a book
that.
on Harriman.
There have been references
a
to
holiday
them
party, because this was
a
around
little
Christmas
after
holiday.
that, but
We threw a holiday
it has
party
steadily
for the
increased
Spirit
as years have gone
We
by.
decorated everything
But
up,
I'd say
with
most
holiday
of the
decorations,
sighting, you know,
we did
most
handwritten
the
invitations
time
to
period where they
everybody.
most started
We
showing
put on
up,
some entertainment
to the degree they are
brought in,
now, I guess maybe the
singers to
mid-90s.
do Christmas music and stuff. And
I
it
really
made
don't
for a
remember,
very active night.
or
You know,
have an idea when they exactly
really
started.
cool experience. And so that book,
Marla
I will
asked,
probably have
Marla
out by the
Snyder,
end
do
of the
you
year, 'cause
have
I'd like it to be
many
released
reports of
around
cryptid
the
helping
first
humans?
Christmas.
Occasionally we get one.
That's awesome.
It's mostly
Very
Bigfoot. It's
Wow.
always Bigfoot. I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot
I
of
don't know of
places
any other
in
cryptid
Tennessee.
that
There
has
there are tons
or a
of
human
really
or has a story, but
neat places
Bigfoot
that you
seemed to be
probably
the
need to
one.
visit.
Yeah, absolutely, and it doesn't hurt that I'm a huge Civil War buff.
There have been a
as
lot
well.
of accounts of
So when I was down
hikers
there, I
getting
made a
lost
point
or
to get
people
to
getting
Chickamauga.
and they show up and end up
I've yet
someplace
to go to Stones
in
River.
the company of a
That's
group of
another one that I'd
Bigfoot
very
or
much like to get to.
trying to nurse them or trying to
I've
feed
written a
them
few.
or trying to
I'm
hide
starting
them
to.
for
I
whatever
should say. I'm only
reason.
too deep, but
some
starting to
pretty
write books about military history.
well-known
and
accounts
things
as
of that
well.
nature as well.
So,
I can
and
often
older
talk to you
accounts,
about
but
Yeah, well,
more
if you're
recently,
ever in the Missouri area, and
there have been
I'm a
accounts
Civil War reenactor
of children
And, I spent many
get lost in the
many
woods.
nights on some haunted
I don't know if
battlefields in Missouri.
they're
I can
connected
take you
to any
several.
of the missing.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
411
I'm still finishing my book. That will probably be my full book
there
this
have been
year.
several
If all
search
goes
and
according to
rescue
plan,
folks
on
who
Beatty Mansion in
mentioned
St. Joe.
that
Yeah.
they go looking for,
which is a terrific haunted
child.
location, and got to take
and
a
they
side
find
trip
it in an area where there's just
to
no way in
to
hell the
house
kid
in
could
which
have
Jesse
gotten
James
like
was
up in a mountain, up in a cliff or something.
So that's a cool area there. But the whole story of Beatty Mansion,
And when the kid, when the
definitely
child
intrigued me enough
would,
to write a book about
they
it.
would ask the child.
Well, another place up there when
About
you're
it,
up there, I don't know if you've been there, is the Gore.
The answer seemed to be that of
It's
a Bigfoot. So,
it's
but it does
a
happen.
it was an old hospital, and they have a lot of things that they did to people that was not so nice. A lot of the equipment and stuff there, and it's still there, and it's a very haunted location.
Oh, you had me at Old Hospital, honestly, but that's
the apocalypse. The apocalypse.
Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy. I personally have never been there, but I've heard a lot of stories.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this country, right?
From
So many great
all
locations,
indications
so
that I
little
have
time, and
gotten
then
with the Hellhounds,
twice a year I bounce home to the UK and I go do something
they're distinctly supernatural.
I go research some ancient,
many times
prison or whatever it is.
The apparition will show up as an apparition.
What made you decide to come over to
Many
America?
times people
I was
talk
working
about
for
having
the aforementioned big IT
fire
company
associated with it.
Company you could travel with back then.
Gotcha.
Having a real
I came out here to the
awful smell associated with it.
And I liked it and ended up
always
quite
a bit.
I'm a dual citizen now, and very happy
associated with death. I don't
Very
know.
cool.
They may very well be.
That's awesome.
But
Can
I
we
have
talk,
had,
talk
like
about
I said,
any
that one account, that last
negative
account I
type
talked about, and
encounters
there was a
you've had
particular
with
one
the-
down in North Carolina
the
that
ghost
was
or,
very
you know,
interesting.
I mean, they certainly do.
Something like that, or
possible
they
hellhound
certainly
that
do
had come
happen.
out of a cemetery.
I'm not a big advocate of
Across the road in front of somebody who
which
was
has kind of
driving
become
by
a
the
joke
cemetery.
with the production teams of some of the
Yeah,
shows.
they described it as being like a huge apparition.
And I'm not saying they don't
dog,
happen, but I am saying that I don't
large
think
dog,
that those
large
cases are nearly as
black
common
dog.
as certain
But
teams
it
of
could
those would
see
have to
flames on its feet.
Right.
But I mean, I've
back
investigated the
to
Sally
something
House in Atchison, Kansas, where a number of people. You should
Logan
totally
L,
ask
have
Johnny
you
Housen
looked
next week
into
about his
BK
experience there,
being
'cause he
possibly
refuses to go
hybrid
back.
shift-shaped?
He spontaneously developed burns in that house.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Tony Pickman, who
you know, my theory on this phenomenon
Tony,
is that they are
he's a
alien.
very dear friend of mine. He should
I
have
don't
been my
think
brother
they're
from
human. I
another
don't
mother.
think they're associated
And
with any
so
organization.
he's told me a lot of stories that
or any
that
human.
he that's not published.
I've called
in
them the
book
cleanup
and
crew.
things like that. That's a very bad house.
They seem
Yeah,
to
and
show
Tony was
up
very
after
gracious in that
sightings
he allowed himself to be interviewed
very
so that I could
quickly.
speak with him.
Many
Because
times
I've
before it's
talked
even
about Sally
recorded.
House in the works as well.
And
I've spent a few
give off
nights
that
there.
vibe that they just
Nothing
aren't
though
human.
negative
Many
has happened to me
times they
except
have
for one thing.
like an
Yeah.
olive-colored skin. If
I
you can
was
see it.
told by a
Strange
medium
mannerism, very
from across the
mechanical.
pond, so somebody from the UK. and
Very
said, I don't know what
monotone
face
as
you're
far as
working on
voice
right now, Richard,
goes.
but so you've picked up something from
Usually
that
pretty
location
polite,
that's
but
following
they can
you.
get quite
And it was
aggressive.
very much not nice. And so she
trying
said,
to
I've got
convince
this
the
sketch
witness
picture
not
of it.
to
And the
say
picture is of a
anything
tall
or
black
do
shadowy
anything.
figure, very thin, with very long
No,
fingers.
we hear that. We hear that a lot.
And she said,
But
so
are
just
they
be careful. And I'm like,
shapeshifters?
okay,
I don't know. I mean,
how do you
I think
be
they are
careful?
alien
I do
species
my
or something.
saging, I do my personal protective ritual stuff, but at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do.
Real
Anyway,
big
so we
radio,
did
how
the
do you
Sally
learn
House.
how to
Everything
back?
went fine. I'm on the road.
Sue
home to
G, have
Colorado,
you
so I'm
ever
making
heard
about a
any
long
reports
drive
of
west,
howls that
about
sound kind of
600
mechanical?
miles to my front door to the Sally House.
Yeah, I
And
have.
about 45 minutes out of Atchison,
Mostly
there's
to
this
do
loud
with
bang out of
distant
control.
howls.
This is
Wow.
4 in the
Nothing
morning, it's pitch
particularly
black, I'm
very
in the middle of
close
nowhere on the
by.
interstate, and my truck
But
skids. It goes off the road at
there
high
have been
speed,
occasions.
and I'm pretty shaky.
What that
let me
is,
tell
I
you.
don't know.
The rear driver's side tire, which these were brand new Cooper tires.
Could it be some type of alien
had
being?
just shredded, and I don't mean flat. I mean it had shredded.
You know,
Yeah.
for all these years,
It
I've
had,
heard all kinds
because
of
I
weird
saved
stuff.
it. Take it back.
You
to
know,
a-
but I had there
to the dealer.
have been occasions
Right.
where the
The dealer
mechanical
said, "Well, yeah, obviously
mechanical
this shouldn't happen
sounding
with
or
brand new tires.
metallic
I'm glad you're
sounding
okay." Because you know this happens at like 75, 80
shouldn't
miles
the
an hour.
sound show up.
Wow.
I feel real lucky not to be dead.
Not
And,
necessarily
this is
anything
called a
I've
zipper
seen
failure,
that was
where
like
the entire tire
a
just
drone or
comes
a
apart like a zipper coming down.
or some
And they
type
said
of
you can see it
robotic
very rarely
creature or something.
on
But
like a manufacturing.
yeah, we have
defect,
heard
but
we
these
have
tires are all
had
from the same batch, and the rest of
cases
them are all
of
fine,
sounds
still on my
sound
truck.
metallic.
But we generally don't see this that often. And I spoke to the medium again, and she said that house did not want to let you go.
Well, thanks.
So,
Folks, thanks for joining me this
you
evening.
know, and I
if you
talked
have
to
an
a number of other
unexplained encounter,
investigators that had experience with that house. One
and
of them
our
hit a
site,
deer
feel free to
right
contact
outside
me through
Atchison
Fam's
and
Monster
towed a car.
blog site.
Yeah.
So you know it has
And,
that
thank you
reputation
so
now.
much for
Is it a
watching and
dark
chatting.
energy? Is it just coincidence?
Please
That
like,
depends on
subscribe,
your
and share.
individual
It's always great to have you all
Right.
come in
And I'm
here.
honestly not sure.
Piper's a new member. Thanks for joining.
But I have gone back
Uh,
since. I have slept in that house.
Now,
I don't think
if you, like I said, if you do have a sighting or encounter report, and you'd like to have it
You
considered
know,
for this
I lived
show,
over in Atchison
or
myself
fans
for
of
a little
Austin
while,
Blog or both,
and you know, I was
feel
always
free to
curious
forward to
about
my
the
email,
Sally House. And Tony had told me, he said, don't even drive down that street. Don't drive by that house. It grabs people.
So until
there was a
we
case that
meet
he
again,
did, and it was just a young
stay healthy,
schoolgirl, you
have
know,
a safe,
kids being
enjoyable
kids,
weekend.
peeking in the windows,
Yeah.
and a negative energy from that house, like attached to that girl that night, and you know, they had to go help her, but I mean, it's just that, and he personally has told me that there's been many nights that he lives about 9 blocks away now from the house.
Yeah.
And he told me that there was one winter night, he lost time and he woke up bare feet and all through the snow, walked to the snow. So that house is very evil, whether it's demonic. I personally would, and I'm like you, I don't use the B word very often. However, it is a bad house. Bad house.
I do wonder in these cases how do these houses have the kind of power that we give to them? How much about personal belief? It's like curses. I don't know what you guys think about curses. I think that curses can work, but they tend to work if and I do wonder if you would just take somebody off the street, somebody that had no idea about anything, and just say, hey, it's strange, but bear with me. I'll give you $200. You're going to go to this house tonight. You're going to hang out. You're going to spend the night. What would they experience? Versus those of us that are in the field that know this house's horrific reputation. How much of it is the emotional negative baggage we bring with it? And I think that's fascinating, and I don't know. But I will say that I don't make light of any location like that, and I certainly don't take it lightly when people tell me things along those lines. I know Tony's taken some flack in the press over the years, but I found him to be credible, and he was very no BS with me. You know, he was nice enough to give me his opinion and share his experiences, and he pretty much didn't care if I believed or not, if I was reading him correctly. He was just, here's my experience, here's what happened, and you should be very careful in that house, which I was phoning him from the couch in the living room at the time. So.
He's very adamant, you know. I don't want to, you know, broadcast his stuff out here live, but I mean, there's things that he's told me that happened to him in that house that's not in that book, and that book is pretty horrifying that Deb wrote.
Yeah, it is. And I will say, you know, full disclosure, that Deb's book was published with one of the same publishers as mine. But if I found it to be a bad book or not credible, I would say so. It's very well documented and what they went through. Also, what was captured by the TV show Sightings, and you can see this on YouTube, when it was known then as the Haunting in the Heartland. And they wouldn't even identify the town, let alone they gave Deb and Tony false names. These guys were not seeking publicity. You don't change your name if you're in it for the publicity, right? They weren't making a ton of money on this, and it had very negative effects on their lives. So
absolutely.
I'm still buried in telling the story of that house, and that will probably take me a little while longer. Complete.
I have watched, you know, I've been at their house, and I literally have watched, you know, Tony get scratched sitting at his house 9 blocks away, and it's like no big deal to him. He's like, oh, somebody's taunting down at the Sally house. So that house still does have a hold on him, which is a scary thing, you know. So I guess my point being, like, people that's listening, you know, a lot of our viewers are more into like the cryptids, and you know, they're learning, you know, about the paranormal, and the paranormal is not what you see on the TV shows either. I'm sure you can attest, you know, there's many hours to make a TV show to get some evidence.
Yeah, there is. And I would definitely say to those of your viewers that are into the cryptids, I don't know a lot about cryptids, but I'm learning. The more I talk to, and I call them cryptid people, I call myself and my friends like ghost people, and there are also UFO people, right? And I'm fascinated with cryptids and UFOs, and I really can't shake this feeling as I talk to more and more of them. I'd love to know what you think and what your listeners and viewers think. I can't shake this feeling that, you know, that old parable about the blind men that are touching an elephant, And so one thinks it's a tree because they're touching the leg, and one touches the trunk, and one touches the tail.
Yeah.
They don't realize that they're just they're studying the same thing from a different perspective. And so I think there's probably something tying all this stuff together, you know. I did write a book on UFOs here in Colorado, which was a very interesting experience, and I want to do more in the realm. I'm by no means qualified to say that I'm an expert. Not that the paranormal has any experts.
Right.
Do you guys think we're all looking this high strangeness, as it's called? Are we looking at one common weird phenomenon from a multitude of different perspectives?
I personally believe we are. And, you know, just from what my own personal experience, as far as like, I was one of those people, and it's going to sound weird, I know, but I thought like Bigfoot type creatures were just strictly flesh and blood, some unknown ape species we hadn't found yet. However, Brandy and I went with a couple people that's in our chat to Land Between the Lakes in Kentucky. And we seen some sort of creatures like peering out of trees. All of us did. And then after that, throughout the night, we were seeing orbs with our eyes. And it wasn't bugs. We were out in the middle of the woods. There was nobody else there. And they were different colors. Some of them were white. I personally seen a orb about, it's probably the size of a beach ball. And it was a reddish orangish. I can't explain that. You know, I can't explain that. So that's where I believe like all of this stuff is intertwined, connected. Even UFOs, you know, I've heard of people talk about they have a Bigfoot encounter, you know, then they see a shadow figure and then a UFO, you know. So coincidence?
Or strange lights in the sky. Or
Yeah.
I think they're all interconnected. I don't know what the connection is at this point, but I do believe that they're intertwined, and the lines are becoming blurry.
Yeah.
Because a few years ago, I could say, hey, this is this, and that's it. It's all gray now. It's all gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, we as humans, we do love to categorize things, and we do love to put it into boxes. I mean, when I teach emergency medicine, for example, one of the ways we really do a disservice to our medical students is that, you know, you'll have a section where you're learning about chest pain, and then another section where you're learning about abdominal pain, and another where we're talking about pathologies of the head. And these are taught as separate subjects because we like to break them down. Now, in reality, though, you will often see disease in the chest that affects not just the chest and the breathing and things like that, and the heart, but also the rest of the body, right? There's this blurring of the lines. But in order to teach this stuff, and I think for us to get a base understanding of it, as humans, we like to categorize things, you know? And so that's why there's a UFO section, and that's why there's a ghost section and a cryptid section, and then all your subcategories within there, you know?
Yeah.
But absolutely. I think in reality, this stuff may well be unified in a way we're only just beginning to understand.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. I always tell people, you know, Brandy and I, since doing this, we've made a lot of friends who are in the cryptids and they're not into the ghost thing at all.
Yeah.
However, I feel not that they need to go ghost hunting, but they need to educate themselves. And same thing with me. I was never into UFOs. I'm like, I don't need to know about that. However, now I'm doing more research and learning more about it because I do feel all of this is intertwined. You know, knowledge is power, you know, so that's my advice to everybody in chat.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to go ghost hunting or go out and look for a cryptid, but it is good to, you know, to educate yourself because you never know. You might be looking for a ghost and find a cryptid. You just never know.
Well, and we see so much division in the paranormal field right now, and so much, you know, backbiting and infighting and territoriality. I've noticed that when I sit down with someone who's very much into cryptids or very much into UFOs, we're speaking the same language. Now, there's maybe a different accent there, right? But that same enthusiasm, that same drive and passion to understand the unexplained is a common link between us. Like, we have this common ground already. It may be different ground on either side, but I do think that we are very similar personalities in that regard, and I love that because I think it helps bring us all together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, you just hear all the time of encounters. And honestly, if Brandy and I had thought about it, you know, that night that we were having all this weirdness happen, we didn't even
Yeah.
think to look up. You know, who knows
No.
what's in the sky? We don't know.
Nope. Well, who knows what was in the trees? You know, I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother looking.
Mm-hmm.
I was so busy of what was in front of me that I forgot to look up. It just,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I was so excited and everything that I was trying to even get my phone out of my pocket of my jacket, and I was like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't even get my phone out to take a picture or anything. I don't know. When you see things like that come together, you're never ready for it. You're just never ready. I
think,
don't know what it is.
Have you noticed that the best way to experience something bizarre like this is not to go looking for it? It seems to happen most often when people are thinking about anything else but the paranormal, or UFOs or cryptids. You know, it's almost as if it's coy. It doesn't like to be directly chased.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just kind of sitting there and hanging out and doing your thing, sometimes it will surprise you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it will. What is one of
Yeah,
the Go ahead, Brandy.
I was just gonna say, Scott, go ahead and email us, hon.
Yeah.
Send us an email real quick.
Email or message through Messenger.
Yeah, or Messenger, whatever you need to do, hon. Just send it.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask Richard, what's the scariest place you've been to and ghost hunted?
I know that it's something we hear a lot, but I'm always far more scared of the living than the dead. There is a wonderful historic town here in the Colorado Mountains called Central City, and it has a grand old opera house, and it's a Wild West kind of old Wild Western mining town, you know, that now makes its money with casinos. And I will never forget the night that I was in the lobby of the old theater there. I'm kind of getting chills thinking about it. And I was talking to a fellow investigator, and all of a sudden she looked up and said, there is a cowboy behind you. And I turned around, and there was this old, like 7-year-old guy with his old cowboy gear. Like he stepped right out of a Western. And so I opened the door and I went up to him, and he said, it's Friday night. And I said, yes, it is. And he said, and you're in the opera house? And I said, yes, we are. And then he leaned, and I'm resisting the urge to reach out and just, you know, like,
right,
real. And the guy looked at me and he said, are you cooking meth? I'm like, do I look like I cook meth? I'm 270 pounds. And the guy, without missing a beat, he opened his waistcoat, and there was a pistol like in his holster, and he just said, "That's good, because we know how to make people like that disappear in this town." And then he disappeared in the night, walked off. So, you know, when it comes down to truly frightening places, it's the people I fear more often than I fear the spirits. I found that with spirits, or whatever you want to call them, as long as you are respectful, as long as you treat them as you would treat any stranger, I think is the same level of courtesy and respect, there is very little to fear.
Yeah,
you know? I do a lot of prisons. Now, in the real world, if you walked into a prison, an honest-to-goodness working prison, and you started provoking the inmates, you are going to get very hurt very quick. Nobody in their right mind would do that. So why would you do that if you believe the spirits of some of these inmates are still around, right?
Right, exactly.
So, you know, I generally don't stress about a location's reputation. I just go in respectfully, and I refuse to be pushed around. Having spent 15 years going into burning buildings, not to sound arrogant, but I do a pretty good job of keeping calm under pressure most of the time.
Yeah, well, good deal. Good deal.
Yeah.
Might have lost Brandy again. Yeah, I've been to, you know, several places that, you know, there's the negative entities and prisons and even hospitals, you know, but a lot of the hospitals, you know, were for the mentally challenged, you know. So people, you know, they weren't in their right mind. So I believe, you know, how they were in life is how they are in death, good, bad, whatever.
Now that's interesting, right? Because I've always wondered about this. When you look at certain mental conditions, they are pathologies of the brain. So you would think they wouldn't stick around after death, right? When you don't have that physical brain anymore. But one case, again, coming back to one of my favorite haunts, Asylum 49, they have a gentleman there that passed and had Alzheimer's, and by all accounts still behaves that way after his death. It's almost as if some of those behaviors, those traits, cross over with us. I'd always thought, you know, if we pass on, we get a new get to pick your age, right? I will be 25-year-old me in the prime of may not work that way, or at least maybe not immediately.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, there's just some crazy stuff out there. So we got about a minute or two left before we get ready to.
Mazda Tricks, renewable lubricants, and E-Flex technologies. Mazda RX-8, Kyle, the Menace, Mohan. He's going to join us out here a little bit. Those are your 6 vehicles, 7 drivers, 1 not here, and 1 scooter to win them all. Dean, give him hell. Give him hell. Oh, dude, okay, relax. Zero chill. Make some noise for all of our drivers. Long Beach, are you ready to send it? Thank you, guys, girls, children of all ages. You know what? Let's take a look back at the action last weekend. Again, we go to Atlanta in just a little bit. Excited for that round of competition. Matt Sopa, I'm going to bring you here into the conversation. Matt Sopa, a competitor as well, more on the grassroots level. You have a Ford Fusion, you got a Fox body, you have a lot of drift cars. We're going to get some great insight from you, but last weekend, I know you're at the start line. You get to see them lead the line. But overall, could you feel the electricity walking into the venue Friday, Saturday, going to the podium? Long Beach and Formula Drift kicking off. What words come to mind? What do you think about Formula Drift in the space right now?
It is at its pinnacle by far. And
pinnacle? No, we got room to grow.
Oh, that's true. But even though I only get to see the run-ups, you can just feel that energy coming into the practice, the qualifying. It's super electric. There's no feeling like it. It's almost overwhelming when I send that first car down the road and see him disappear in the first turn.
It's really cool to have you up here again. I'm always saying Matt Sopa on a rope. He keeps it clean. He keeps it tight. I don't know if you love that nickname or hate that nickname. Your wife, your son are over here watching. You drove out from Arizona today to join me. This is exciting, man. Thank you so much.
Exciting. Thank you, man. It's an honor to be here.
Dude, it's really exciting. Really excited to. Your last name is Matt Sopa, just to clarify.
Correct. There's it's not the soup. It's spelled different than the Spanish.
Sopa.
Just so we're straight.
Yeah, exactly. But have you ever used soap on a rope? Or do you even know what that is?
We'll talk about that later, I think.
Okay. Well, no, you're keeping it clean, dude. Literally,
no dirty starts.
Literally, soap on a rope is literally a bar of soap on a rope and you hang it around your neck. It's more of like a military thing. You use them.
Oh, it's like Flavor Flav.
Did you? Yeah, exactly. You're like Flavor Flav. Great analogy. So I'm Chuck D. Let's go. Public enemy number 1 is Matt Field, because Matt Field, Rome Charpentier, who's competing here today in his comp car, is out here. I saw his mom and his dad and his wife. Matt Field is the guy to beat. Rome almost got him, but Matt was possessed. He has something to prove from last year. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. It was so close last year. You can just feel that. He's the guy this year. He's one of the guys. There's so many contenders here that come so close and yet so far away. And it comes down to either a run or a round. And that's the difference between a champion, right?
Yeah, and I think you said it best right there. There's so many guys.
Yeah.
The Formula Drift Champ, this is a fun invitational super drift. You know, we have an event tonight, we have an event tomorrow night, but the championship, it came down to Irwindale, a wild whack. Hey, show of hands, who's coming to Irwindale in October? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, I'll be there too. Okay, 10 of you. Okay, seriously, all of y'all need to be raising your hands. Formula Drift, Irwindale, 20 season kicked off last weekend and it ends in October, Irwindale, California. We go to Atlanta, we go to New Jersey, we go to Seattle. love Seattle, love Atlanta. Those are probably two of my favorite rounds.
Yeah,
but
really
dude, Utah, New Jersey, dude, I mean, just come on. So we do a little concentrated event here. And again, thank you so much to the Long Beach Grand Prix Association. That's our schedule right there. Atlanta, Florida, E-Town, St. Louis, Missouri, Worldwide Technology Raceway Park, Monroe, Washington, just a little north of Seattle. We just say Seattle, kind of fudging it, you know, kind of like F1. We're like, we're in Miami. You're really not, but whatever. Grantsville, Utah, just outside of Salt Lake City, and then we end in Irwindale, California, the House of Drift. So as, again, the sun sets, the lights come on, the fans are out. You guys, you have a solid base, as they call it, a good sunburn. And then going into the weekend, just gonna look, you know, you ever see, what's it, something about Mary, the grandma, you know, she's all sunburned, kind of looks a little leathery. Yeah, yeah, that's what you're gonna look like on Sunday, because you're ready for a good time. Which is the hardest of the starts as a starter? You know, you're on the start line. Which of them is kind of the most interesting, because you're on that front line? I always talk about perspective, because I'm up in the booth. I've been up here for 20 years. Thank you so much to Ryan Sage and Jim Lau for allowing me to have this opportunity. But which is the hardest start where you're like, bro, come on, man?
There's so many avenues I could go down here.
Do it.
But
we got a moment.
One of the most things I've learned in the almost 7 seasons that I've been at the start is judging guys at the start and how they react to you. Like, a good example is Dylan Hughes. Super focused at the line. Meet him outside of the car, he's a joy, right? And
oh, he's over here. Dylan,
right.
You want to defend yourself?
There he is. The dozer.
The dozer. Well, so you're saying he's a dozer at the start line?
He is. There's no
he's
muss,
a
no
bulldog.
fuss. Yep, no juicy fruit around. And
okay.
But the hardest part is in competition. I'm running 2 radios from comm. We have the restart light, the start light, and there's just a lot going on. It can get pretty ham sandwich, if you know what I mean.
Ham, absolutely. I don't love ham, but I'd rather go turkey or roast beef. But overall, it does get interesting, gets dicey, because why did we have so many damn cones knocked over? It was tighter.
Right, it was tighter.
Okay.
I felt like it made a great run up, a perfect roll race.
I like it.
No one was
I like
taking
it.
a menu to Gapplebee's.
And the Gapplebee's, nice little drag race reference there. Taking a look at our Grade 8 drivers: Trenton Beecham versus Dean Carney, Diego Higa versus Forrest Wang. That should be a good one. Rome Charpentier versus Joao Berrion, and Kyle the Menace Mohan. We didn't see him at the driver intro. Hopefully you can put it together. Versus Sam McMommy. McMommy, again, a newcomer. Car looks great. Sam, I just want to see you in Atlanta, bro. Sam,
Yeah.
just
keep it together.
Just keep it together, man.
together.
Like, turn some wheels, do a little butt dyno, do what you gotta do, have some fun. We're all good. Thank you so much for joining us out here. Again, Matt Sopa, Jared Dienda, we are your tour guides. I've been here since day one. I'm so proud of the product that we have created, and I say we because it is one big Formula Drift familia. So thank you so much. Let's take a look back. 20 years, it all kicked off 2004 at Road Atlanta. Guess what? We're going there just about a month. Let's take a look back.
Congratulations.
I'm Jared Dienda, and I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. Ryan Sage. Ryan, we have a beautiful day, a great track.
I guess it's a win-win the way you look at it, but man, this is gonna be
Oh! Chris loses it!
Oh, and Darren McNamara, what happened? Oh, Jared!
Kyle McCory drops the tire right there. Oh! Ninja as Millen's pushing hard, and look at this! Pushing way too hard.
This corner right here.
Oh! Blazing speed, and he hits the outside rear clipping.
Just looking hot, 59 miles per hour.
Oh!
Conrad Grunwald slams into the tire wall.
I would like to see us continue to kind of move on the trajectory that we're on and continue to sell out events, grow the drivers and their programs, grow our audience, our live stream viewership, all the things that are important to us as a business. I'd love to see that continue to grow. And at the same time, what's important is that people are achieving their dreams.
Oh, come on. Why you gotta do me dirty like that? Look at that. No wrinkles. Look how burnt my skin is. Look at Ryan. Ryan has a little bit more hair than he did. You know, like, he looks great. We look so...
About half a cup.
He looks so young, but yeah, half a cup. Overall, it's been a great journey, and I'm excited for the next 20-plus years of Formula Drift. You know, looking around this landscape, I was walking in, I saw Zach Brown from McLaren. I fist bumped him. He's from right here in Long Beach. He talked about his first ever race as a kid he went to. I don't know, do you know who Zach Brown is? The CEO of McLaren. So he, like,
kind of a big deal.
Yeah, kind of a big deal. I saw him. I said, hey man, thank you for what you do. By the way, I'm a big time golfer. Let's go play. I dropped Tanner Faust's name too, which Tanner Faust, obviously, Formula Drift champion, two-time Formula Drift champion. He races for McLaren's Extreme E Series. The motorsports DNA that is here this weekend is absolutely phenomenal, including the Formula Drift DNA. We've become part of the Long Beach automotive culture, and I'm so proud of that. Between what Formula Drift and the Long Beach Grand Prix Association has created this platform for us to do this, because we used to do full course demos. Tony Angelo, Von Gittin Jr., Chris Forsberg, and Kyle Mohan, and so many different drivers of the years. Ernie Fixmer, you know, Ken Gucci. We'd come out here. I saw Michael Essel was doing rip-arounds in the Acura NSXs.
Yeah.
The drift culture is not just exclusive to doing sideways burnouts. It's competitive, it's progressive, it's awesome, and that's why these stands are currently packed. So if you're watching at home or if you're watching in the building, thank you so much for being here, Matt.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, you working with Formula Drift, as you said, for how many years? 7 years?
7 seasons, I think.
7
seasons. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much for all that you do on the start, and again, you have such a great crew. We had some beers, you know, last weekend, just sitting in the lobby, just reminiscing. But you know, there's different names: Dean Carney, Trenton Beecham. You know, and talking about, you know, first time, I haven't even met Sam yet, Mad Mommy.
Yeah, we got to today, first time at the arena.
Yeah.
Super cool dude. From Lebanon? Lebanon? Yeah, that's the country.
Lebanon.
Yep, that's where he's originally.
He's from Lebanon. Yeah, excited to see how he throws down, but of course, I know there's a lot of people cheering on Forrest Wang, RCP, Rome Sharpen's here. Excited to see, you know, he calls himself Rome CP now. I don't know if you noticed that.
Is that like a Prince thing? Like
yeah, I just want to call him Rome. He's like Madonna, Prince, you know, like,
Seal.
Seal. Yeah, I was gonna say Vanilla Ice. No, that's 2 words, but anyways, I speak for a living. Here we go, our first battle of our top 8 Friday night under the lights. Friday night lights. It's not football. Guess what? It's about to go down. I'm yelling, send it! I'm not Kesha. I'm not yelling timber. Here we go. Let's go. Trenton Beecham. Is this weird? You seeing the lights go off? All right, we're gonna get. So I'm gonna do the run call, and then you go back and digress. Here we go. So there we go. Trenton Beecham out front. Dean Carney in the chase position. Trenton Beecham does not get to the outside zone 1. Does not get to the outside zone 2. Dean Carney straight to the Hyper NFT. Dodge Viper run. Gets to that second and third outside zone into the touch and go, and then boom onto that inside clip. Trenton Beecham takes it out. So what gets interesting here is Trenton Beecham again. So we have the first outside zone, right? When they come down the chute, they go to that outside wall. You'll see the King Taco sign. So when they come and leave that start, walk us through it. What do you see, Sopa?
Here we come. Like I was talking about earlier, thought the track was gripped up. I think that's still the case watching Trent in practice here. He comes pretty shallow in outside zone 1. Snaps it a little lazy, but closer in outside zone 2 coming around here. Dean following him nice and close throughout the whole run here as he comes around, aiming for that inner clip 1, and he definitely nailed it here. But Dean, there the whole time, and definitely a chaseable run, and Dean did his job as well.
What's interesting here is Dean had to modify his run. When you get thrown off, when your lead driver cuts it a little bit short, so you have to modify. You kind of have to pedal back. You're like, oh, we're doing that?
Right.
Okay.
What's great about it is he does it so naturally.
Right. He did a great job. I was talking to Bridges about his vehicle. Don't know, he told me something was going down with his car, his alternator or something. I know he always kind of has some alternator issues with the vehicle, but Dean, he's always got a smile on his face. Love his energy. Of course, all the drivers, it's kind of like my kids. You know, I love both of my kids the same. All these guys, just seeing them come up. want to see everybody win, but guess what? There can be only one. No participation trophies,
That's
kiddo.
right.
Okay.
That's why, like, going back to Rome, I got to drive with him in Pro-Am about 5 years ago, I think.
And he beat you. Did you beat him?
No, he ended up having, I think, heat stroke in Vegas and didn't get to qualify. So
no.
It was unfortunate, but.
All right, let's alternate order here. Dean Carnage Carney, HyperNFT.io. Dodge Viper, Trenton Beecham chase him down. So Dean Carnage Carney, he comes up shallow as well. Shallow on outside zone 2, going outside zone 3. Way shallow on 3. How's he gonna handle his touch and go? He does get out there, tightens it up. Trenton does take up that inside clip, but I gotta tell you, Dean needs it. It seems like the car is gripping up. You saw. So this is to your point. You're talking about the temperature change. How does that come into play for you? Because I know you're in Arizona, right? So you drive the Fusion, the back to the Fusion. How does that change up the car's dynamics?
There's just a lot of rear grip here, and I think they may have needed to go up a couple pounds of PSI. He had almost a similar run as Beecham there. They're coming way shallow in outer 3, aiming for that touch and go. A little better than Trent. Trent's still out for that inner clip 1, but he's still hanging with him. So I think that outer 3 being shallow as he was, it might be the deficit that might go Trent's way.
Yeah, I think overall, Trenton Beecham's, he might win by default because of Dean coming up shallow. He kind of short-sheeted himself. If you're in the military, have you ever been short-sheeted?
No, I don't think so.
You know what that is? When somebody makes your bed and you fold the sheets and you go in the bed and you come up short.
Every hotel room.
Well,
you get in there.
You're a tall drink of water, but
yeah, and the toes are curled.
Yep.
You got to kick it.
It's the worst. All right, so we'll see who comes out on top again between Trenton Beecham, Dean Carnage Carney, the HyperNFT.io vehicle, Nexen Tire, Clone X, BMW, LS under the hood.
We're seeing cylinders out there.
Say it again.
18 cylinders out there.
Oh gosh, that's so much math.
Yeah.
I can't
10
count.
plus 8.
Oh, got it. Good one. Do you play cards with your wife? Do you play cards like games? My wife and I have been playing gin a lot. Do you want to get gin?
We get.
We got
Doritos out.
We got the Dorito, the MX-5. Kyle the Menace Mona. Slide him left for Beecham. Slide him right for Dean Carnage Carney. And there it is. Trenton Beecham gets the win. Trenton Beecham advances on. Unfortunately, Dean Carnage Carney. We'll see him tomorrow. Maybe should have brought out the Honda Spree. I think the scooter might have won it all.
Speaking of math, he would have been down 9 cylinders if you're looking at the map here. But
right.
If I had to ponder or speculate, I think it was that outer 3 where he came up short. And like you said, the grip level is definitely going to go higher. Put some more air in the tires and party.
Loosen it up.
Yeah.
Loosen it up.
Absolutely.
Maybe knock it down a couple notches. Yeah. You're talking about. That's interesting. Let's bring that up. You talk about PSI. How important is PSI? Real quick, I'm going to introduce Rome Charpentier, Joao Barillon, our next battle. How important is PSI in tires? Oh my gosh, we're going right into
no time.
Good night. Joao Barillon getting into the side of Rome Charpentier. Both these guys with their comp cars. I mean, look at it. It is currently April 14th. We are going to be in Atlanta.
A few weeks.
May 11th. Okay, do the math. That's less than 30 days. That's less than a month. You got to drive. You got to get your car dialed. Relax, guys. Let's put on a good show. Let's take a look at the start here.
Yeah, Rome having a really nice entry here, and looked like Joao just overcooked it. Looking for that proximity going into the initiation, and game over.
Okay, well, shut him down there on turn 1 on initiation. Joao Barillon, zero chill. He calls himself the sheriff. He's got the cowboy hat. He's the only sheriff in town right now. But a little bit of a bully from the backside. Gets into the side of Rome Charpentier and that garageistic BMW E36. On the back of the wing says, give moderns hell. Well, I think the modern gave him hell on the side.
Go like.
Thank you to Cal Club. Thank you to Bill Baldwin here. Bill Baldwin, this is his last event here this weekend. Your thoughts here on this, at quick glance. Joao too aggressive? Rome pedaling? Did he deserve to get punched?
No, I think Rome doesn't hold back in anything that I know him to do. And I think Joao just got hyper excited and really wanted to do that proximity. I mean, he's going after the guy that, placed second last weekend. So wanted to show him up, and this is kind of like, let's put together what we learned last weekend right away this week.
Yeah, and this is such an unforgiving track. What are your thoughts, Sopa, as far as, again, being a pilot of a machine? You have a Fox body, which you really kind of developed your prowess. You know, you're building parts now. What's your parts company?
Make It Modular.
Make It Modular, dude.
Yeah.
Such a great name. And if you don't know Matt Sopa, follow him on Instagram. He builds some really cool cars and some really cool parts. He's in machining. He's in kind of engineering. And he built a Ford Fusion. Yeah, I didn't stutter. Ford Fusion with a Coyote engine. Yeah, the Ford Fusion you got at like National Rent-A-Car or Enterprise.
It was a Copart car. It was wrecked.
Oh my gosh! And he put a Coyote engine under the hood, and he made it a drift car. Yeah, I remember my first drift car too. I'm joking. No, you made it really cool. Back to the Fusion is what it's called.
Yep, Back to the Fusion.
Back to the Fusion. It's a good homage there. All right, well, we're going to get a cleanup here on aisle 1 between Schwab, Perrion, Rome Charpentier. Don't go anywhere. RCP, FD, TGI, FD. Thank goodness it's Formula Drift, Super Drift going down here at the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Jared Deanna, Matt Sopa, we're here. Don't go anywhere. Seriously, don't go. We'll be right back.
Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
One bottle, so many great things. When your engine reaches 75,000 miles or more, like on this truck, years of carbon buildup leads to reduced fuel economy, increased wear, poor acceleration, and higher emissions. Max Restore is specifically designed for high-mileage engines with quality PEA and proprietary detergents to remove those stubborn legacy deposits. And it includes a friction modifier to reduce future wear in the upper cylinder of your vehicle's engine. Restore performance and protect your high-mileage engine with Royal Purple Max Restore.
My first race yesterday.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy. Let's get you up to speed.
Lunchtime.
Your workspace is ready.
Looks like you got a corner office.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
NGK makes ignition coils. Why? Because we prefer a running partner that can keep pace. We know ignition, and since our spark plugs don't run alone, we put some of our energy and expertise into making better coils. NGK ignition coils are engineered to OE durability and performance. And because we race to win, we improve the design, testing, and validation of our coils for better performance. NGK spark plugs and coils, better together.
Oh man, the sun is setting. What a beautiful day, man. Some bipolar weather this week. I mean, you know, I don't live too far from here. Just drove in here just a little bit ago. It rained yesterday. It was like cloudy and this and that. I'm gonna go on a boat tomorrow. We're gonna cruise around. Chris Reese in the Pike Bar. We're going there, cheering fourth best bar in the world. All right, let's get on with our next battle. Diego Higa, Forrest Wayne. Diego Higa from Brazil. Forrest Wayne from 808. The green lights are indicating that they are on throttle. Under the bridge where they drew some blood, they also did draw some tires. Into that second and third outside zone. Diego Higa, quick little transfer there. Now keep in mind, Forrest Wayne kind of pedaling back a little bit. We'd like to see him have some aggression here. We're going to run it back. Soap would love your breakdown. We kind of went right into this run.
Right.
What do you see?
I'm not sure if Forrest was comfortable behind Higa here, so.
And that's a good approach.
Yeah, he was, you know, had good proximity there coming in outer zone 1. He got the deepest we've seen in the competition so far. Good transition there. Coming into outer 3, a little more angle. He throws a little more in there. Coming into touch and go, line it up for 1 and No one hit the inner clip this time.
Right.
Clean run. Looking at the slow-mo here.
This is good for Diego to get more track time with this car. This is his comp car. That car,
I believe that's Turk's old car.
That's Ryan Turk's old car. Even on the head, the nameless performance vehicle, on the valve covers, it says Turk on it. Yeah.
It's the same wheels too, I'm sure.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it's just an interesting offset there. Forrest Wang, Diego Higo, there's the stats talking about 808 horsepower. Of course he does. That is his backup car. That is not his comp car. So just to clarify, I thought it was his comp car, but no, his comp car.
That
Beautiful.
car's a little louder.
Yeah, a lot louder. 2J under the hood of the S15. That's what he's running. I believe Diego 2J as well. So 2J, Toyota, Nissan, 4J. Well, let's go. 4J. Okay, you're so good at that. You're flexing now. All right, Forrest uses all of the course. Ping pong, 1-2 into outside zone 3. Look at Diego Higa. He is flexing his muscle right now. Well done, but Diego Higa, he dives in, loses some angle around that inside clip. Really good move into that third outside zone, but how does it end up?
That was looking spicy.
Walk us through it, Sofa.
Here he goes, Diego, line it up. Excellent, mimicking that transition in there, keeping the pressure on, but look at Forrest's transition here. Really good proximity to the outer zones there. Excellent angle. Diego right there, I think his car just gripped up, or he wasn't sure what kind of arc Forrest was going to do there. Comes in there almost a straight. I'm not sure if that's going to be an incomplete or not, but it's definitely a deficit for Diego.
Wang,
a transition. Diego putting the pressure on there.
That was good. That was a really good opportunity for him.
So pretty.
And then it got to not the prettiest.
Yeah, I think he got lost in the Kenda smoke there, Jared.
Yeah. So unfortunate for Diego Higa. Did have the correction. He did flex there. The O'Reilly Auto Parts grade 8 as we see both battles. Forrest Wang gets a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Forrest Wang gets the win. Unfortunately, that mistake there. You got to keep it sideways. It's formula drift. It's formula drift, not formula drive.
That's usually the idea.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Diego Higa knocked out. I did like the aggression on outside zone 3. That's good for him to see how to drop in. And again, for we have seen him here in the States before, but him being here, like pro level, it's exciting. I'm excited.
That was an exciting chase run for sure.
All right, so advancing on to what was to be our final battle. We still have to revisit the second half of the Rome Charpentier, the RCP Joao Barrion battle. But right now, congratulations, Sam McMommy entering the picture. And Kyle the Menace Mohan, he's from Long Beach, Strong Beach, down to get his friction on. So ladies, Kyle Mohan, he continues. Okay. That's a double. So that's gonna be a double incomplete. Because Sam had the mistake first, and then Kyle shut it down. Again, Kyle Mohan unfortunately had to shut it down early. That's going to be an incomplete for both drivers. It's going to default to Sam leading, Kyle giving chase. What went wrong?
I think the Grip Goblin attacked Sam first.
The Grip Goblin.
What happened? Well, he had a good try there. I think maybe actually he backed off a little bit there, and I think that's when the Grip got the best of him, and then Kyle had also got. He tried to still put on a show.
Yeah. Was that
here again? So
that was
an excellent angle, and more angle going into there than Mohan.
So, but to clarify, this is what we would call an independent incomplete.
Okay.
Right? So, Sam had a mistake. He made an incomplete. And then Kyle Mohan had his incomplete. Burp, burp. Two negatives equal a negative, not a positive.
Yeah,
So I'm super excited. Lebanese driver Sam McMommy in the mix. The 412 BMW. The squat on that thing, the car seems really loose.
Which one are we talking?
Sam.
Okay. Which it should be.
Did you see him initiate? The car squatted.
Well, he's also on the 255s. They're on the same tire, I believe, by Taurus.
Oh, so we'll clarify after we'll clarify after this second portion of this battle. Sam McMommy is going to lead on the 412 BMW. Kyle the Menace Mohan Sam goes and initiates shallow, straight. Gets a little squirrely Dan there.
Keep it together, boys.
Allegedly comes into that third outside zone. Magmami, aggressive. Look at that thing. I mean, he's stuck in tire, baby. Let's go, Magmami on airbags. Bags are not just for groceries. It looks like it's in the BMW, man. This thing looks.
Yeah,
that thing is squat. That thing's squatting like a power lifter.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Doesn't have much anti-squat in there as he comes around there. Initiation, hiding that wheel lip in there. A little shallow in the outer one. Little lazy transition, very shallow in the 3, but Mohan still in the frame there as he comes around in inner clip 1, and finishes the run out.
Yeah. All right, taking a look at Sam. He does come up short a little bit. Kyle plays catch up. You see Sam
He's
kind
staying
of
away from that wall.
reinitiate. It's got a little bit of squirrely Dan here. So would love to see another look at run 1 from the run up. I think that will benefit us just to see who's at fault. So here's run 1. Kyle, watch his initiation.
Okay.
Sopa, your look.
Here we go. Going through the gears here.
Breaking.
No.
So,
It was, yeah.
Gets a
changelings to bring up on the screen to bring the conversation to a freaking halt.
Yes, we're all bad boys, eh?
Oh my God, how many mirrors did it break? I don't know. It broke the cameras here again as well. Yeah, but sometimes you have to be willing to bring out the big guns and ammo to settle down a conversation. Thanks for coming out.
I just wanted to mention I don't have a boss.
Oh, nice. That's right.
Yeah. It's nice not to have a boss.
Oh, I know. It is.
Do you have a job?
No, he's retired. And he doesn't have a boss at home either.
Lucky you.
Well, no, he's paid for 3 of them so far.
Yeah.
Poor guy. That's all right. We all learn. I'm on my second, but it's my best. I tell you, it's my best. Absolutely. Who else do we have in the back? Well, Sawan, you've been saying hey a bit. Welcome, Sawan. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to celebrate Cupcake's birthday.
Kirkpatrick's birthday.
I was about to say that.
And Cupcake will be testifying at the hearings.
Yes. Changing positions.
Might get more sense out of her.
We have morphed Kirkpatrick into a dog. There we go.
Patrick.
Yeah. I mean, Fitzpatrick, yes. That's, well, I'm not making that up. That's what mistakenly that the wonderful, beautiful Kristen Gillibrand called a couple times in a...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she talked to Fitzpatrick.
Sean Fitzpatrick, Patrick Fitzmichael. You know, I wonder if there's a Patrick Fitzmichael in the department, too.
Did you catch the Weaponized podcast with Colin Kelleher the other day? He made that faux pas as well.
He called him Fitzpatrick as well?
Yes.
That is no faux pas. That was a planned one.
I think that was planned. Yeah.
Oh, looks like we share some love for the man of the hour, the man of the hearings coming up. Wait, did we bring Swan out yet? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We got 2 left in the bed. We got Mr. Syrup. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Thomas. I can't wait to get the Friday show started. It's always good.
Oh,
happy
yeah,
birthday to
absolutely.
your dog, man. They say the best thing for dogs' longevity is a bond. So obviously you share a real good bond with your dog, and that's awesome.
Oh, absolutely. And I can raise energy, and I can manipulate it, and I will push it at times.
There you go.
If you've got the talent, use it until you get in trouble. That's the key. Do things, push the limits until you get someone coming in and shaking a finger at you and taking your powers away. Use whatever you've got. And in the back, that's the last person. We've got Wes Decker. How the hell are you, Wes?
I'm doing great. Happy birthday, Cupcake.
Yeah, she's waking up. She's just kind of sitting there. Are the ducks out there yet? No. And Quackers aren't here right now. She's looking out the door right now, and chilling in the recliner. I've got the camera set up so when we give her cake and everything, and she can eat it too, on camera. Yeah, it's one of those days. I'll have to get a fork here so I can break it up for her a little bit. I'll see how much she can get past that fake frosting. I know she's gonna love it. So, gotta have fun with it. On that note, it's an interesting week ahead of us. There have been so many things going on. We've got where do we start with all the stuff going on? About the UFO sighting down that we talked about last week. We've got that.
Let's talk about your favorite person.
And actually, if I could make a suggestion before we talk about any of this, I think me and many others want to know, will you be doing a live stream on 19th for the hearings? Because if so, we were going to attend.
What you talking about? What do you mean? Am I having one? What do you think? Yes, absolutely, 100%. I'll be up. We'll probably start streaming around 7 a.m. in a pre-show before the hearing kicks off. Get for those who want to pop in and chat with, be a part of the back room. I can support 100 people in the back. That would be crazy. But if you know what? You never know what's going to go. It's going to be an interesting show, to say the least. Now, about the hearing we've got coming up, the interesting part of it is that there's actually going to be a hearing before the hearing, meaning that mom, who's got a pissed scowl on her face, known as Kirsten Gillibrand, is our little kid, namely, I'd probably say, let's see, Patrick, Pop, Moultrie, and others behind the scenes for good start talking to before the hearing. Their classified hearing starts at 9:30, and the public hearing starts at 10:30. This is Eastern time, right?
Yeah.
So
it's very odd. It's very odd.
Oh no, it's wonderful.
It is wonderful, but it's still very odd.
There'd be enough things they're going to pop up and say, let's go ahead and talk about this classified briefing, because they've already had their talk. And based on the information she got, she knows she's going to follow up and repeat people. It's actually a really great way to go ahead and take the situation. Get behind, like that meeting before you have the meeting, you go ahead and you have that pre-meet with people before you take it out in front of everybody else and you have that practice run. I think it's going to be more of a bit more intense.
Thomas, Gillibrand does not want to look like a fool when she's asking Kirkpatrick. I don't know. I can't tell you. National security. You know, she doesn't want that shit happening.
Yeah, she doesn't get stuck behind. Yeah, she wants to ask the question. She wants to see the answers and see where it's all gonna go. Didn't even notice the people in the back had their hand up already. Andy, you've got your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, basically, I'm just going to say good night, guys. I'm just about to fall asleep on you. It's not pretty.
So long, farewell. We'll see you in the morning.
I'm going to wish Cupcake a very, very happy birthday again, and hope she enjoys her cake. Cupcake cake. And,
Cupcake eating.
Yeah,
well, oh my God!
Everybody,
It sounds like there's cannibalism going on here.
Maybe. I'll see you all for the Saturday night show anyway.
Good night, Andy. Take care, my friend.
Good night.
Godspeed.
Take care. Have a great show, everybody.
You as well. Okay, I need to go run and put some antibiotics in the side before it gets out of control. Who wants to take the helm?
I'll ask Swan a question real quick.
Go for it.
What's up, Wes?
Swan, so is the classified part of the hearing only, or the closed hearing only an hour, and then the open hearing is 3 hours? Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There are talks from the people I've talked to who are close with these people. Well, that would know, kind of, right?
Yeah.
That Matt Ford, who has connection, you know Matt Ford, right, Wes?
Yep.
The control. He's even brought it in the description of his live stream. And when we know from Rick Doty, he said crash retrievals are on the table. Gillibrand is going to talk about legacy crash retrieval programs.
Wow. But that's amazing. Go ahead, Christian.
So I think Gillibrand is kind of playing a chess game here, and she's she's trying to. I wasn't sure how I felt about those hearings first, but that's a good thing. And I don't know. I'm just gonna say, to the U.S. government, if you're listening,
Oh, it's too bright.
you need to
Oh,
feel the
fuck.
stigma.
Oh, no.
And,
Oh, shit. No.
I'll continue the speech in a little bit.
Continue.
Sorry, there was a cupcake accident.
Cupcake
Yeah.
travesty.
So no, I just wanted to say that Chris Sharp said that there's like 100,000 scientists working on probably reverse engineering craft, and here in the United States, most scientists think this topic is preposterous, and they don't think it's real. So if that's true, then we're screwed, because that's where all the leaps are made and all that. So you got to give us something good. You got to I don't know.
I think what we're going to see is all the scientists jump on board after this hearing, and NASA completely restructure their purpose.
And I hate to do this. Thomas is going to hate me for doing this, but to quote Avi Loeb, it's all about the funding. Scientists will go where the money is. If there's programs to fund this, then the scientists will suddenly be really interested. Trust me.
Well, that's fine. That's nothing bad with that. I agree with that completely. From what I've been seeing in press releases lately, that Avi Loeb is kind of changing his tune at this point.
Oh no, he made fun of the Ukraine paper again.
Oh fuck no.
And you know what? The worst part is? Gillibrand endorsed Avi Loeb and Kirkpatrick, said they're very prominent scientists.
You're lucky I didn't spray that all over my desk.
That was good timing, Swan.
Yeah.
Good take.
Did you hear that, Thomas?
Oh, he heard it.
What? Hold on a second. Hold on. I need to find the fucking rewind button here again. Wow. All right. Tell us again. What did you just say?
Gillibrand said Avi Loeb and Kirkpatrick are prominent scientists in their field.
Oh, God.
So Gillibrand is endorsing it.
Uh-oh. She's awake.
You got the floor, Michael.
Yeah, well, I mean, these scientists, of course they are. I mean, they got PhDs, and they worked hard to achieve what they've achieved so far. Just because he's wrong on one thing doesn't make him a bad scientist.
No, of course not.
That's a really good point.
And the other point I wanted to make was Eric Weinstein said, like, they need to pour more money into the scientific community, because these guys aren't making any money. They don't have any money for research, so they have to, and of course they're going to go where the money is, because that's the only they're
And it's not like we're short of scientists. It's not like we're going to say this is a one-trick pony, a one-horse town. No, there's plenty of people out there to go ahead and do research. And thank God we've got some great people in Ukraine who are actually doing some real science in UAP. If you have to look at everybody, I'd say the only scientists who have really been doing a good job looking for UAP and bringing out true science and true results are the scientists in Ukraine. So let Avi Loeb go ahead and make fun of him. All he's doing is digging himself a deeper grave.
Oh, and Leto said there's more stuff coming from Ukraine.
Good.
Yeah.
Let me mention something.
Who's next here?
It's good to say. Actually, I have friends in Kiev that I talked to today.
Larry.
I'll be right back.
Let me mention something. Michael, you brought up Eric Weinstein. I'm so glad you did, because I had him on my brain right now. I saw an interview with him the other night, and he said this again, and he has said this before. They asked him how he got into this whole thing, and first thing he said was that 2 years ago he thought this whole subject was baloney. Okay, and I think he got together with Hal Puthoff, and something changed his mind.
He met
and
with
then
Lou.
Began...
He met with Lou there.
Okay, Lou.
He had a private briefing with Lou.
And so they asked him, well, what is your interest in this? And he said, I don't like being lied to. And I am hoping like hell that every scientist has the turnaround that Eric Weinstein has made in his life, because he got really pissed off when he learned that the United States government has physics, which he has no idea about, and nobody has any idea about because they've been lying and covering it up for 75 years. And now he's fully convinced of this, and he doesn't like being lied to. And so he's my brother.
Larry, I guarantee
Yeah.
you, these scientists are going to jump on board after this hearing. This is a Senate hearing that's 3 hours long. There's no possible way they won't.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I know I always say it. I just want to say this real quick. And I always say it about the other guy. I can't believe I can't remember his name. Anyways, they haven't shown these people any classified information like Eric Weinstein said. I remember him on Joe Rogan. He was basically saying, look, there might be possibilities of new physics and this and that, but they ain't showing me anything. Like, you need to show me everything so I can draw a conclusion. I'm willing to bet they haven't shown what's his name again? I cannot believe his name is
Avi Loeb.
There you go. He claims he hasn't seen any classified information. If that's the case, I can understand why his little report is so bogus. Show him classified information. Get it on record that he's being shown the classified info, and then let's see what he has to say. That's basically what Eric Weinstein is saying too. He hasn't seen the stuff that would say, hey, here's some new physics.
Yeah, and
they need to show these people this stuff, man. These are the people they need to show this stuff to.
Hold on, girl. Cupcake is here. I've dimmed the lights.
Where are the physicists? Where are they?
I've dimmed the lights, everybody. It's that time. She has awoken from her sleep. As I go down here and light the candle, should be able to stick it up here and bring it up high enough. Oh, it needs to go a little bit higher, dang it.
Here we go.
A little bit higher. There we go. There we go.
Cupcake for cupcake.
There we go, Cupcake. Let's go ahead and stop the screenshot. Okay, guys. Let's get this uplink going. All right. No, there we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Come on, Cupcake. Let's blow out this candle together. Here you go. Take out this candle. Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. That is so cute.
You like that, huh? Yeah. I knew she liked the frosting. It's cream cheese frosting with a little bit of color for pink because she loves strawberry, and it's a strawberry cupcake below. There you go.
That is so sweet.
That good, girl? That'll get you going. Come on. To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy 19th, Cupcake. You made it this far. Let's see if you can go 19 more. No, it's probably not going to happen, but you know what? Here you go, girl. Yeah, she's enjoying that cupcake. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. She's not going to stop until that frosting is gone. And trust me, there's a lot more where that came from. Good little girl. Yeah, there you go. Day to you. Yes, it's a nice little happy birthday dog. First time I've ever celebrated her birthday in all the years she's been around that I can remember. Uh-oh. Oh, she got it upside down. There you go, Cuppy. Day to... And she really likes cake, too, so the frosting is... She's going to eat that first and then go from the frosting onto the cake next. Granted, she has a lot of room in her stomach because she hasn't eaten that much today. She wasn't feeling that much appetizing today. There she goes. She chows down, guys, if you want to continue on with the conversation.
So one of the things that's going to come out of this hearing is the classification between UAPs and UAOs. So when these three objects came down, they were called objects for a reason. So they're further classifying UAPs. Some of them are UAOs. And within the UAOs, they're going to admit that, yes, some of them have crashed and we are reverse engineering them currently. And then they're going to ask how many, who, what, why, and when. That stuff is going to be classified. But the U.S. government is going to admit for the first time in history that there are legacy and current crash retrieval programs to study unidentified anomalous objects. Those objects are the ones that we are interested in.
And it's not just that. We've heard earlier this week, at least conversation on Twitter's been taking us down that direction, that by the end of the year, I believe this is coming from Richard Butt, taking a journey down the butthole, as we usually call it. Richard Butt going ahead and bringing out the fact that by the end of the year, she's going for it. She wants to eat the cake. Can we break this up a little bit here? We're going to be hearing by the end of the year the U.S. government going ahead and admitting we have an NHI around. Non-human intelligence is behind these craft. That's the biggest story beyond anything, because we've been wanting to get behind the conversation of what are these things in the sky. There you go. But wait, there's more. Hold on, I need to find the cupcake cam here. Wildlife cam.
You'll be sad.
Wait, there she is. Wait, your pig is over here. You're picking it up and you're losing. Push it up good enough. Dang it.
Make sure Artie doesn't feel it.
Oh, Artie, I figured he'd be down here trying to get some. Speak of the devil. I can hear Artie coming down the staircase right now. Go ahead, guys. Yeah, but anyway, by the end of the year, they're going to be hearing about the non-human intelligence, which is the next big step beyond anything, because just talking about the craft, that's the psyop.
But the UAO is the admission that, yes, UFOs, the UFOs that we talk about, are real. And this is the distinction between UAP, where UAP is not a Chinese drone or a balloon, but it could be some kind of lightning ball or weather phenomenon we don't understand. UAO is going to be two things. Either it's from no nation or NHI. That's the classification. They're going deeper into that.
Excuse me for 1 second. Let me just put in a little plug. Unless you're a heartless bastard, give a like and subscribe to the channel for Cupcake. Thank you.
So what I need to do is raise that up.
I just wanted to ask if they're okay, let's assume they're reverse engineering these UFOs. That means they already have scientists on top of this, right?
They've had scientists on top of this for over 75 years, my friend.
There we go. Right. So maybe that's why they don't want to give out the info to the scientist who was going on the news writing up this stuff, because they're like, hey, he's going to put our whole plan out there. Or I don't know.
Also, one of the things that could happen in this hearing.
It's in the national security, the scientists, so all the people that work on that stuff, they got NDAs and for national security reasons, so nobody hears about it. But I'm sure they got some sort of Manhattan Project right now going on with what's going on in the world. They must be hiring more people.
Because that would require some kind of oversight, congressional oversight, to put that kind of money like that in, and for that much effort and stuff. It would require some kind of oversight.
Well, what about the $4.5 billion that went to was it ratings technology, or I don't know? They must be doing like some stuff, because if China really had 100,000 scientists, and I don't know, that we must.
Last night on Spaced Out Radio, Christian. Last night on Spaced Out Radio. Tim Senor did a UFO report, and he mentioned that most of the 4.5 billion that was given to Radiance has been broken out into line items, and there's nothing exciting about it. So I'm gonna not get excited about.
Well, I don't think he would. That would have been Wednesday night. Yeah.
Radiance, they're putting themselves in the position to study crash retrievals under congressional oversight. That's what they told Jeremy Corbell. They don't actually have crashes. They said they would love to study exotic UFO crash retrievals.
They would, yeah. They did not say it like you said it, though. Unfortunately, they said it as an afterthought. It was yes. We would also be interested in looking into crash retrievals. We would definitely be able to do that, and blah blah blah. So sure.
You know what Lockheed said when Chris Sharp asked about crash retrievals to the Lockheed spokesperson? Go ask the DoD.
Yeah.
Which means they have the crashes.
Lockheed has had it.
One of the other things that might come out of this hearing is videos and photos of the 3 downed objects. That's how they're going to talk about, because those 3 downed objects, if they were recovered, that's how you bring in crash retrievals. This conversation has to flow in a very logical and logistical way.
Swan, you got me all excited now, and
Oh, you should be excited, man. This is Gillibrand running this hearing.
It is, but the biggest thing, be prepared for less than what you had hoped that it possibly could be. Because we all hope it's going to be something big, something is going to be there. Don't overstretch your expectations, because on a slight chance, it could be a nothing burger with a side of fries.
Ross Coulthart, who's usually really skeptical and pessimistic when it comes to these things, he's an attorney by trade, has said this hearing is going to be a sizzler.
But we should.
Ross Coulthart is also the one who said last July that we were going to be getting additional hearings in August. Ross Coulthart, like a lot of people in ufology, says a lot of stuff, but only a small portion of it actually comes into realization. Nothing against Ross. It's great that he's trying to bring it out, but it's just, again, you have to temper your expectations. I hope it's going to be great. I hope they blow my expectations out of the water. But in case they do, don't go ahead and get all sad and upset, because like Lou Elizondo has said time and time and time again, this isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. When he had first said disclosure happened, we're just in an area of realization. Months later, he took it back and said, well, it really didn't happen. We started talking about it more, and he, pulled it back because by saying disclosure happened, we expected all of this stuff to come forward. Maybe it did happen for a select few in Washington, but that's not disclosure. Disclosure is disclosure to the people of the world. An acknowledgement of this.
Disclosure is government acknowledgement of non-human intelligence visiting this planet.
Or living on this planet, or owning this planet.
Right. All of those.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So, Thomas.
I do believe there's an underground, like you said, Thomas, very correctly, and it's been echoed by many other expert researchers that the underground bases are probably underneath the ocean. That does not mean at the bottom of the ocean. It means underneath the bottom of the ocean, where there are additional carve-outs and natural, places.
Well, think about it. If they're in the bedrock under the ocean, what do we have to keep all that stuff in place and not go crazy like it does up on the surface? Weight from all of that water, all of that pressure. And beyond that, all that pressure besides keeping that place safe for the long term. If the oceans rise up and go and wipe off the surface, guess what? They're safe. If they were to have things on the land and all that land got covered up by a half a mile of sediment, good luck on getting out for some humans. No, the safest place for them to be is literally on the bottom of the ocean under a place, because not only does it give them that safety of the pressure and everything where they're at, it also gives them safety from the humans and all the other things that are on the surface of our planet. Now, granted, if you do have an impact come in like we had when the dinosaurs got taken out, that did do a good impact to the floor of the ocean. However, that was only in one isolated spot. The rest of the planet was fine. Granted, when that happened, the surface was destroyed, majority of it. But, the stuff...
Jenny Novak's got her hand up.
Go for it, Jenny.
Let's take...
You have to mute your mic, Jenny.
There's a little
mic,
or she needs to select her microphone, possibly. She's trying. That's a good sign. Tell you what, as soon as you figure it out, just start blurting it out, and we'll give you the floor. West.
I'm just gonna add 2 quick points. One to your idea about why being under the ocean is a handy thing. If the Earth's magnetic field weakens, then radiation will be more of a problem, and the water acts as a great barrier to radiation.
Oh, yeah. Cosmic rays, too. If you're a mile underneath the ocean or more, and you're going to have all of that water to filter out all that stuff before it even gets close.
Exactly. But the other thing, just as far as that expectation setting, something Gary Nolan was saying in that recent interview.
I will say this: I think
was that he recommends
really
that
sunk it down. Right?
Fitzpatrick,
I don't even remember what it came out.
Actually, just stick to the data and not present any conclusions. And he thinks that's what he's likely to do, which means we won't have him going and telling us, hey, this is a non-human intelligence or anything like that. But what he may do is provide us with lot more data.
Might be ETs, because they didn't come out and say, no, they don't exist. I mean, the way they worded it gave you an idea, like they're kind of telling you they do exist.
They edge around it, but they don't want to break national security codes that they've sworn an oath to. Plus, presidents have to have their pension, their health covered. They're still government employees in that sense, with Secret Service guards. So they're dependent upon keeping secrets, and they don't want to go to prison for divulging national security information. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I think Reagan also knew, and he apparently had 1 or 2 UFO sightings in his day.
I've talked to Ronald Reagan a couple of times in the past.
Oh, you did?
Well, because my dad's best friends was an actor, and when I was a little kid, I didn't know who the guy was. And I said, "You're the guy who plays Maverick on that TV show." Yeah, that's me. And he was good friends with Ronald Reagan, so he put me in touch with Ronald Reagan. And the one thing that I always say, people who listen to the show know what I'm going to say. I asked Ronald Reagan, because at that time I was worried about nuclear war with the Soviet Union.
I got one question.
And they were talking about Star Wars.
Where's your gavel?
And I said to Mr. Reagan,
I haven't ordered it yet. I need to get it.
Well, the Star Wars protect us against,
I looked at a bunch of them on YouTube. I haven't found one. I want to find one of these from a judge.
Protect us against them.
And it's got to be the gavel.
And then he quickly realized what he said.
Yeah.
And then he didn't want to touch the subject after that.
Well, I'll tell you as fast as I can. I dreamed last year of talking to Ronald Reagan. He was very friendly, and he took a notepad from me and said, "I want to tell you this, and I'm going to write it down so you remember when you wake up." He said, "I saw a UFO while I was in Boise, Idaho," and he wrote it down on this pad, and I woke up, and I remembered, and I thought, that's just silly. Ronald Reagan was never in Boise, Idaho. And it turns out I looked it up, and he was in Boise, Idaho just a few months before he met with Gorbachev and surprised Gorbachev by saying, the Star Wars will help defend against alien invasion. And what if we were threatened by an alien force? And his aides in these biographies of Reagan's said, where did this come from? They don't know where he got this. And
yes, there is a possibility. However, there have been amazing advances coming in medical technology on almost a daily basis, where they're figuring out how to cure all these diseases and cancers and other types of things they never thought they'd be able to. They figured out, I believe,
so I don't know
if
this dream of mine was just silly nonsense,
digging into that, you know, there might, besides relying on the aliens to come forward and bring forward the technology, which I don't think is going to happen, but it would be nice.
Later, he was talking about aliens to Mikhail Gorbachev.
Well,
you know, one too. A lot of people don't realize when he was governor of California,
he
was in his Beechcraft
technology is outpacing,
and they were looking out the window.
So we're going to be seeing
his wife was there, Nancy, and they saw a UFO right off the wing, and that's what got him really into. His wife was kind of strange into, you know, but that really got him hooked on
we just
UFOs.
Have to keep faith.
You know what,
out there
Paul? We're going to have to
bring
get
it out,
you
and that's
part
where the thing
two
is, where
and talk more about ETs and stuff like that.
We have
Eisenhower
to be
and stuff.
our own advocates because
you
we
have a
can't wait for
website
the
or
doctors to bring
any
it to
place
us.
you want
We have to go
share
find the
to the
doctors who
listeners?
have this
Surely,
stuff.
I have a website. It's not the greatest, but it's www.mo41.info, Mo41, after the Missouri 1941 UFO case. You can go to my Facebook pages, Paul Blake Smith Authors page, or the Eisenhower Nixon Encounters on Facebook. I'm on Instagram and Twitter. You can find my books at foundations.net, or an audio book that came out really well of my Eisenhower book at tantor.com, or some of my previous books at Argus Books, although that one is folding up. Don't know what I'm going to do about those, but I'll find a new publisher. But I sure enjoyed being on your show, and I hope folks will get some copies.
But here's the thing: beyond that, what they've got now, instead of having to go ahead and have it robotically to go and take care of it, they have it figured out now, Sapphire, for someone like my sister who unfortunately got run over twice.
Well, Paul, it's been really nice to have you. You have a great weekend. And by the way, when you saw those nuclear detonations, was one of them near
trailer that was pulling
Ohio?
I don't know where they were. They were like twins side by side.
A little bulldozer thing, a little bobcat. You know what they have now? They can go in now for people who have been paralyzed after a long period of time. They can go in and do a single injection into the spinal cord in that area, and it will cause the spinal cord to go ahead and reconnect. So we can look towards technology to try and augment, but I think they're at a point where they're figuring out how to go ahead and reprogram the body and heal it from within instead of having to introduce different methods. It's like, they've done all these things for like artificial joints and everything for knees and everything, and it's causing out to cause a lot of medical issues. Now they've got stuff that they can put in there that actually is stronger than real cartilage, and it's a non-invasive operation to do it.
Getting nuked.
I like the idea of
how dare
they
you.
can inject
Okay, but the one thing, we only got a minute left here. But think about this. ETs with pointed ears.
It took 3 years for the nerves
As soon as I heard that, the first thing I thought of was the Hopkins, Kentucky. And he mentioned it right before when I thought of it. So, but yeah, and we had her on, and she remembers that was her family, the Stilf lady there. She described it.
Where they came into the farm and it was horrible what happened.
Had a shootout.
A lot of holes in their house too.
Once we can get people's body to work with it.
Well, out there again, I want to thank all the listeners out in the UK.
And I tell you, the stuff what they're building for robotics and stuff now isn't to go ahead and take care of old people in their homes. They're building those machines primarily for war, because who's been funding all the research and implementation of all this technology?
Tell your friends about Night Dreams.
And they're not there to go ahead and try and make our lives easier. They're there to go ahead and try and make our wars
we were talking about how to make $1 million on YouTube, we would have tens of thousands, millions of people on YouTube. But since we're just a little talk show, people don't kind of... Anyway, tell your friends about us, and if you're watching us, give us a thumbs up, give us a review and all that stuff, and subscribe to the channel. Well, I will be back next Wednesday, and who's my guest next Wednesday?
John Aaron Yost, and he's been a lifelong abductee, and he was on 5-6 months ago, but he's coming back to talk some more about it, and boy, he's good.
Yeah. And don't forget, May is all UFO ET month. The whole entire month. We got some named guests coming on. And don't forget, support contact in the desert. And if you can go to that, please go to it. Captain Paul Watson, you remember Whale Wars?
How we got the antibiotics,
And now they've got stuff. If you have a big hole blown in you, they have stuff they can put in there. It expands out, stops the bleeding, saves the tissue, allows a person to be able to get to
no, not the Greenpeace. He was a
an operating table to go ahead and save them and keep them alive. Now, sometimes it's not the best.
Well, I'm not talking about Whale Wars. I'm talking about
level of disablement that they get coming out of it. Granted, they're alive, but where's the quality of life?
They got a new director,
so it has to be a balance.
And then that director got all new directors,
or is it for the person,
what do you call it? People on the board.
Look what we did.
And they kicked Captain Paul Watson out. And so now Captain Paul Watson has created a new foundation, Captain Watson Foundation. You can go to our website. He's the guy, if you remember Whale Wars.
No, this is something they have now that it's almost like a little gun thing. They point it and it puts the stuff out and it expands out.
Japan is going to go back and they're going to start,
if you want to call it
harvesting, right? Harvesting whales for research. Unfortunately, when they harvest these whales for research, right?
Yeah.
They're quick
There's a lot of things that we don't understand. A lot of things we could go ahead and look at it and say, oh, this has got to be from God. This has got to be from our Almighty Creator. But the reality of it is, it may be just from a higher intelligence that's millions, if not billions of years more advanced than we are. And we say and think, oh my God, it's coming to us from God. This has to be intelligent design, but it may not just be designed from something that is a divine entity. It could just be from something that is purely a technologically consciously advanced civilization that is just beyond our comprehension.
He's looking for
That's why when we're
donations,
looking at UFOs,
more than one ship
we can't
to do
put what we're looking at
and to
in a
stop
box.
the killing
That's
of
the
whales.
difference between
Think about
Lou
this.
Elizondo
Whale poop creates
and the School
oxygen.
of Bobby
You know
Loeb
that.
/ Sean Kirkpatrick.
Without plankton,
where Lou
we
looks
wouldn't
at
have
all
air
the
to
stuff
breathe.
in amazement and
I
wonderment.
was talking to
and saying,
somebody
wow,
yesterday,
it does this. We
and
see
I was
this.
about
It
this,
does
and they
all
said,
these
"No,
different
we
things."
don't get our
and those
oxygen
types of
from the
things
ocean.
open our
It's
eyes
from
to
the
the possibilities
rainforest. It's from my
versus
trees.
saying,
That
no, it
produces
can't be
such a
this. I'm not
small
saying a
amount of oxygen.
fireball.
It
It's
comes
not real.
from the plankton
It's
in
just
the
bad
ocean.
optics and stuff.
What
Trying to
creates plankton?
find reasons
A lot of whale
to
shit.
find not to versus finding reasons on how
no
to.
whales, no,
it's a lot
no
easier to
breathing. How's
say,
that?
well,
the ocean is the lifeblood of our planet.
what was I saying?
Okay, well, till Wednesday,
it's one of those things where you're looking at it and saying it's a lot easier to throw
at 5
up
p.m.,
things
not
to
7 p.m.
disbelief.
on Sunday.
Sometimes it's
Listen
harder
to
to come up
JC
with the
with
ideas
his
to
guest,
explain what we're seeing.
and
So
Brian Little,
stop throwing up
talking about the paranormal.
the things that
Till
block
then,
us,
everybody
which
have a
are
great
obvious
one.
to a lot
I
of
enjoyed
people.
all you
Let's
guys
start
out there.
figuring out what it is.
Thomas,
yes, sir.
You wanna play that Space Force clip?
Yeah, give me 1 second here before I get to that. Let me go ahead, and we got a couple more super chats coming in. Holy cow. Yeah, someone was complaining out there saying, oh my God, you interrupt the show too much with super chats and talking in between videos. Well, you know what? Welcome to Disclosure. That's what we're about here. We got a couple more super chats coming in. It's been a while since we've seen, not really. Who else we got out there giving us some super chats? Oh my God, Eli McGinnis. Throwing out $5. Thank you very much, Eli McGinnis. Holy cow. I was probably dealing with Cupcake when this was coming in. There we go. Blowing out the candles for Cupcake. Thank you very much, Rach Field. Greatly appreciated. Would you look at that? It's little Davy Scott. Is secretly a rhinestone cowboy. I'm not a rhinestone cowboy. I'm just a good... Well, you never know. Lord William, AI cover songs used AI to create covers of songs that sounded just like famous artists without their input or consent. Example, AI created Justin Bieber covering Miley Cyrus' Flowers. Opinion? Well, tell you what, Lord William, when I used to make video games back in the day, we did sound-alikes for Star Wars, for a whole bunch of different movies, to sound like the theme, like it was written by a composer, but it's a little bit different, has a bit of a twang to it. The whole thing to go ahead and take someone else's song and twist it around a little bit and make it sound unique. Humans have been doing that for a long time, so if that's what AI is doing, all it is an advancement of something.
He
that
established
humans
the Captain
have
Paul Watson
been
Foundation
doing.
to carry on the work they've been doing for half a century with the specific strategy of aggressive non-violence.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Aggressive
That's what I was
intervention
calling you about.
without killing or injuring anyone.
All right.
Who's Yuan?
They took the name he created. And
I didn't say Yuan.
He designed.
I'm just pulling your leg.
Well, there was a
take away his life's
Yuan
mission.
had the
Foundation
Impigator, the
will
Impigator
carry
2.
on.
They made
This
really
summer,
great
with
video
their new
capture
ship,
cards
the
back in the day.
John Paul DeJoria,
So there is a
they
Yuan
intend to
technologies out
intervene
there.
against the Icelandic slaughter of endangered fin whales.
How I can remember
in
the small
2024. They plan to be in the Southern Ocean Whale Sanctuary to stop the return of Japanese whalers who will be defying the International Court
the
of
video.
Justice.
Oh, would you look at that? Another super chat coming in. Holy shit, this one's coming in from Charles Kerr. Holy cow, and for $20. Huskers, happy birthday cupcake, another $20. Holy cow, thank you very much, everybody. Cupcake is running around outside, sniffing around the dogs right now, or the ducks, I should say. What a great show. What a great showing of love outpouring for everybody in the audience. Let me go ahead and find the one from Swan here. That is definitely not the one I want to share.
Please visit now.
Oh, wait, no, I did the wrong thing. It's going to open the wrong app. I have to close it down. I have to go to Safari. Create a new window that I can see where it is. It's coming up right now. Not sure where it is, but it should be. Looks like a press briefing.
From speakers such as Graham Hancock, Richard Dolan, Nick Pope, Stephen Bassett, and over 50 other top researchers.
Oh, good. It's a minute 45.
Contact with new friends and discover the latest fascinating
bring this here. Oh,
from the fields of UFO studies.
Did I show boobies on the screen? I don't think I did I?
What?
No. No, we've got another super chat coming in from Spaced Out Radio Boobies. Is he talking about these guys? No, that's not boobies. It's just a set of eyes. Oh, I've got something. Before I get this up, I need to go ahead and find this. Where did that go really quick? I need to get this. There's something here I need to send to Spaced Out Radio. Well, I'll do it. Let me get this video going here. Huh?
A booby is also a bird, so you never know. It might be like okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, Spaced Out Radio. Let's go ahead and play this clip. Let me bring it up here. Desktop zoom. Breaking new UFO report. This is someone in the Foreign Intelligence Center or something center. Military intelligence is hard to come by these days. So, oh no, we got another one. Spaced Out Boobies. Spaced Out Radio talking about spaced out boobies. Oh my God.
He's a Space Force general at Thomas.
I think the second part of your question was related to UAP, or unidentified aerial phenomenon, and that UAP task force. And as far as I'm concerned, or am knowledgeable about that, I do believe it does involve collaborative inputs and information exchange with all kinds of countries around the globe, because I think these are not just solely actions or events that have occurred within the confines of the United States. They've occurred globally, and I think we're collecting that information. We're sharing information. We view that as an open and transparent effort and activity through the United States Congress and executed by our UAP Task Force Office. And so I would encourage greater collaboration and cooperation in that. And particularly, I think as we see various technologies that will help demystify or debunk or clarify. But I think it's also important. One of the reasons that we are doing this effort is because national security concerns are of paramount importance, and so is safety of flight and deconfliction and collision avoidance and issues to preserve and protect human life. So when we can better share and exchange information, I think that's better. Much like we do in the International Civil Aviation Organization, or otherwise known as ICAO. Or in any other international bodies as well. I think there's a fertile and important opportunity to be pursued there.
Jerk off.
So what's really important it's a lot of fluff, but what's important is he's saying UAPs or UAOs are ubiquitous, which means they're everywhere.
But isn't that what was being said by the Ukrainians?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he says they're everywhere, but he also reduces the phenomena to something that should be clarified, demystified, and debunked.
Yeah, I heard that too, Larry.
Yeah, I hated that.
But everyone's also messing with everyone else.
So how are they going to do that? How are they going to demystify and debunk it? Or, you know what I mean? Like, what's their plan?
It's swamp gas and weather balloons. It's swamp gas and weather balloons.
Yeah.
It's a hypersonic swamp gas powered pigeon gripping a balloon by the husk.
I missed it. I'm sorry. Don't repeat it.
No, I don't have to. That's just stupid.
Sorry.
I hope
that
they talk
derailed
about
the conversation. Sorry.
I hope they talk about Roswell in the hearings. I missed it too, Larry. I didn't hear the joke, but I hope Roswell gets brought up, and I hope they make it very clear that it's with some advanced technology and that they've been working on it and trying to understand it. That's the message I hope to get from these hearings. Maybe, but I am keeping my expectations low. But I'm hoping it will happen, and that's a possibility too. Let's see.
Well,
that's what I keep hearing about Roswell being brought up.
But Christian, yes, I'm hoping the same. And that just something tells me that, there is a huge barrier, and it's labeled not NHI, non-human intelligence. And we haven't even gotten close to admitting that. The government hasn't gotten close to admitting that.
They're gonna bridge the gap with that Oumuamua and that Avilob shooting out probes thing. They're gonna bridge the gap with that. They're not gonna say it, but they're gonna have the suggestion that through the elimination of the data that there might be NHI probes here or crafts of no nation.
So you don't think they'll bring up Roswell? Remember,
they will bring up Roswell, but they won't talk about what they found at Roswell. They're not going to bring up specifically Roswell, but they're going to say, yes, there have been multiple crashes of UAOs, and there are legacy and ongoing efforts to reverse engineer it.
If they I don't know the answer, but the question will be brought up for sure. Roswell.
Well, we can hope.
Yeah. It's one of those things we're going to get to, and hopefully they'll bring it out. Now, one of the things was that a couple nights ago on Spaced Out Radio, I think it was Wednesday night, little Timmy Senor dropped the bomb saying, "Oh God, I heard from a source that at the hearing that they're going to bring up Roswell." Well, the truth of the matter was it wasn't a confidential source. It wasn't anybody you could name. It actually was Rick Doty, who was here on Disclosure Tonight, that Timmy listened to. And don't be afraid, Tim. If you hear stuff that comes on Disclosure Tonight and we broadcast it, you can bring it out loud and proud and tell the world.
Yeah, no, it was Shane. It was Shane Oldbet. And I know he's kind of in the know. I don't know why I said that, Thomas. I'm not even a journalist. But,
a lot of people, Christian and Thomas, have said Roswell is going to be brought up, so it's not just Rick Doty.
I know, but when Tim actually called me and apologized and said I brought this up, I didn't say your show name. Can I say it? And it's like, Tim, it's not like it was a confidential source. It was a regular broadcast. It's not like it's information that Ted Rose said to you in confidence and you brought out on a live stream and named his name. There's a difference. He did, yeah.
Well, I had the same thought, Thomas, is that if I was going to relay information, sometimes Rick gives us really good information, and I don't want to just go around and blast it around the internet saying, Rick Doty said this.
No, but if he said it on the show, and he didn't say it backstage, and he didn't say this is confidential, don't share it. If he brings it up on the show, give him credit. He deserves it. So do I.
Okay. Okay.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
as long as we get
as
long as we get it correct, you know, we have to make sure we get it correct what we say that he said.
And even if you're close, that's okay. You can always go back and retract it and change it later. All it is trying to come down, hey, we heard Rick Doty and whatever it was. Rick is someone who is one of the people. He's a great fan of the show. He likes coming on, being a part of the cast. We love having him in the cast as part of the viewers calling in. And it's a privilege, more of an honor to have him here. And if he says something, I feel honored to go ahead and try and bring his words across. Because, you know, Rick did a bunch of things back in the day. He may not be exactly, you know, it's not the best, you know, it's not the best thing as some of the stuff when you're getting paid and getting the orders to go ahead and spread disinformation and misinformation. But at least now he's trying to go ahead